I got it. In fact, I have it on my sheet. Where my sheet is. There it is. Important announcement from Mrs. Mason. Right there.
Jesus. You know what I did?
What'd you do?
I'm not even gonna tell you.
Okay, don't tell me. Oh, geez. It'll be a quiet night. It'll be a quiet night. What? Or I was going to have you come up and sing it for us. Oh, there you go. Yep, thank you.
You will not call on me, Rick.
Well, if you're going to be here, why don't you bring it up?
When is this one happening?
My chair report. I'm going to
So first thing?
our chair report is, well, always try to do that. It's right down here. Student report, so it's right in here. So probably about 15 minutes in?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay. Yep.
You want me to have that back?
Okay.
I'll take a picture of it.
Oh, you can keep it. You keep it. I got it.
Okay, thank you.
I got, there it is. I'd like to call the May regular board meeting to end. At this point, we will have a roll call. Ms. Bowie, if you'd call the roll, please.
Good afternoon. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Josie Barnhart. Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Hugh McManus. And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Tears. I'm like, excuse me, it's here.
I think he's here mostly. Board members, I would call for a approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Bradford moved.
I'd like to amend the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'd like to, well, do I need to wait for a second? I'd like to add, right before the vote for the new attorney, a short discussion to potentially adopt a resolution in support of the SBI release documentation for discussion and potentially adopt a resolution openly as a board.
Okay, so we have a first. I will second that.
Okay.
So we have a first and a second for the motion to,
That again, I was
can you
like,
say that again, please?
yeah, it was a lot of words.
I would like for us to consider adopting a motion, a resolution for Attorney Josh Stein's office to release the SBI documentation.
To request for them
Request.
to do that.
So are we going to discuss that a little bit?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
we're going to.
No, I mean to discuss to add.
Yes.
My suggestion would be if we're going to add that, then we might want to have a closed session discussion to talk about what we want to do to make sure that we understand, pros and cons of doing such. So does that make sense? Got to press your button.
Right, well, I think if it's right before legal services, we will have had a closed session after call the audience. Is that right?
Okay.
So there will be an opportunity for
Okay.
legal questions.
Okay, yeah.
Then, yeah,
Okay,
that's
okay.
all.
All right, so we have a motion, a second. Is there any other discussion about it? If not, let's do a roll call just to make sure, please.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
and Mr. Wildebohr.
Aye. Passes 7-0. So we're back to our original motion to approve the amended agenda. We have a first and second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Also passes 7-0. Next on our agenda, we have an invocation. We would like to call forward the Imam Abdul Rahman Sharif from the Talud Islamic Center. Please stand.
Benefactor, the merciful Redeemer, the Most High, the Mighty, the Wise, the incomparably great, giver of all that is good, acceptor of what only is good. We pray for your divine providence upon this New Hannibal County School Board of Education meeting. Grant board members and staff the best jurisprudence and insightful intellect in all decision-making affairs and policies. Allow inspiration that will influence and impact all students to pursue the excellence of human potential, their human potential. And grant them inspiration that will influence love and appreciation for attending school and promote excellence and perfection as a goal to be future leaders in the American society. And when this meeting comes to an end, bless all present with a safe return to their intended destination. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we will have the Ashley High School ROTC Color Guard Unit provide the presentation of colors, and it's under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Robert Reiner, Principal Patrick McCarty. As they come forward, we'll have the Myrtle Grove Middle School student Addie Daniels providing the national anthem under the direction of Jamie Wood, Choral Director, Principal Cindy Bliss.
Right, turn, right. Color, hold. Breathe in. Colors.
ask Board Member Hugh McManus to lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Turn. March.
Thank you. You may be seated. We would invite the Ashley Junior ROTC to come back and introduce themselves, as well as our wonderful young lady that sang for us, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. Sorry? Oh, and the guitar player too. Yes, absolutely. Would you guys come forward, please?
I'm Addie Daniels. Hi, I'm Katie Kripes.
Hi, I'm Nash Dallas.
Hi, I'm Hayden Cornelli.
Hello, I'm Kaylee Signorello.
Good evening, I'm Tyler Simpson.
Hello, I'm Isaiah Andrade.
Thank you for being here. And thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. She's on here.
Again, thank you all for being here today. It was wonderful. We're going to continue now with our recognitions. Clarice, I believe, just going to be heading it up.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Faust, and members of the Board of Education. I am here this evening with your recognitions for tonight. First up, we would like to recognize our Board of Education Future Teacher Scholarship recipients. Congratulations to the 2023 New Hanover County Board of Education Student Scholarship winners for future teachers. The Board of Education recognizes the critical role that future educators play in shaping the quality of education in New Hanover County. The winners of this scholarship will receive $28,000 each. The scholarship will support these 4 students in pursuing their education at an accredited North Carolina community college, or university of their choosing. We applaud the scholarship recipients for their dedication to the field of education and their commitment to positively impacting the lives of students in New Hanover County. Congratulations again on the significant achievement, and we look forward to welcoming these 4 students back in a few years as gifted and qualified educators. Stella Few, Laney High School. Isabella Gonzalez, Ashley High School. Nicholas Klein, Laney High School. Reagan Lanier, Laney High School. Congratulations again to you 4. Our next recognition is our Distinguished Leadership in Practice program. Congratulations to the following principals. They recently completed the Distinguished Leadership in Practice Program, a year-long leadership development program for practicing school principals across North Carolina. The program is designed and provided by NC Principals and Assistant Principals Association, also known as NC PAPA. The program uses a non-traditional professional development model aligned with the performance evaluation standards adopted by the State Board of Education for North Carolina school leaders. Join me in congratulating Principals Deanna Leek, Sabra Wright, Brent Hall, Lauren Napala, Christiane May, and Paul Slavic. Congratulations again to these principals. I am thrilled to be able to recognize another New Hanover County School staff member whose quick thinking and swift action has saved a life. When a student began to choke on a plastic ring from a water bottle, Ms. Tara Huntsman, school counselor at Forest Hills Global Elementary, immediately sprang into action. She performed the Heimlich maneuver without hesitation, which dislodged the obstruction from the student's throat and prevented a tragedy from occurring. Your courage and presence of mind in that moment is a testament of your dedication to our students' welfare. Your selfless act exemplifies what it means to be a true educator and a caring community member. We are proud to have you as a part of our school, and your actions have inspired us all to be more aware and ready to impact change. On behalf of the entire school community, we extend our deepest appreciation and gratitude to you, Ms. Huntsman. Please join me up here for your recognition this evening. Our next recognition celebrates the incredible talents of our young artists who have won the Azalea Festival Art Contest. These talented students have demonstrated a remarkable ability to capture the beauty and essence of our community through their artwork. Their creativity and dedication have produced some truly stunning pieces showcasing a range of styles, techniques, and mediums. From colorful paintings to intricate drawings and everything in between, these artworks are a true testament to the imagination and skill of our young artists. Congratulations to the following New Hanover County School winners of the Azalea Festival Art Contest. Tallulah Kopp, Carmen Politis, Kygo Roach, Brinley Shalowski, and Emma Ditson. For our final recognition, I would like to invite Addison Daniels back up to the front. Addie Daniels is an 8th grade Myrtle Grove Middle School student. She was selected for the prestigious 2022 North Carolina Middle School Honors Chorus. This was Addie's 3rd year being selected for the North Carolina Honors Chorus, having served for 2 years as an elementary school student. Ms. Daniels was the only middle school singer from New Hanover County Schools to have been selected for the choir this year, and she represented her school and district at the highest standard. Addie and other students were recognized at the concert held at the North Carolina School of the Arts Stevens Center this past winter. I am pleased to have Addie back up front with her, who we just heard moments ago do our national anthem. Congratulations to Addison for her hard work, talent, and determination, as well as Krista Faison, our interim art supervisor, and Jamie Woods, Addison's chorus teacher at Myrtle Grove Middle School. That concludes our recognitions from the evening. Thank you.
All right, we'll continue now with the approval of the minutes. Do we hear a motion?
So moved.
So moved, Ms. Bradford, second. Ms. Craybill, you second? Okay. All right. Ms. Craybill, what would you like to pull off?
Yes, the one I want to pull off to discuss is the meeting minutes from our 424, our board agenda review.
Okay, 424, okay. Agenda review from April 24th. So we have a first to approve the rest of them, and then we'll go back to that one. Is there a second? That's again to approve all the meeting notes except for April 24th.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Ms. Craybill.
Yes, sir. If we go back and look at that, I think that we need to have the minutes reflect that we changed the agenda to allow the law firms who were late to go later in the meeting, and that we did that with no vote from the board. So I just think that we should have that reflected in minutes.
And as my recollection was that they were given a different time. Ms. Sutton, can you speak to that? Please?
Yes, there was some miscommunication as far as, I think, how the agenda was laid out versus the times that the firms were asked to come to present. So I think we did adjust the agenda based on the times that the individuals were set to present originally. Does that
Yeah,
answer your
and
question?
I don't have any problem
Okay.
with that happening. I just think that the minutes should reflect
Right.
that we changed the agenda because we did.
Okay.
And, but we didn't take a vote, to change the agenda.
Okay,
We just sort of, some people said, I don't want to do it now, I want to wait, and some people were like, okay, but we didn't ever vote. So I just think
Okay.
that if anybody else cares about that level of detail.
Okay. We have a motion to make that amendment, and anybody have an opinion on that or discussion?
Need a second. Does it need a second?
Do
I'll
we-
second
wait,
it.
do we- yes, let me start with that. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Walker, okay, Ms. Walker seconds. Any additional discussion on that? If not, all in agreement, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. So the amended. Let's now vote
Thank you.
on passing that. So we have amended that. All in favor of now approving the amended agenda review for April 24th. I'll say that 4 times really quick. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Again, passes 7-0. At this time, we will move on with our student voice. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. I am Cassidy Thompson, a junior at Hoggard High School.
Hi, I am Tanea Toon, and I am a sophomore at Laney High School.
We just wanted to share some updates with you guys on what we've been up to and what some of our next steps are. So first of all, our Student Voice website is up and running. Ms. Clegg has been working hard to get that set up for us, so it's on the EDI page of the New Hanover County Schools website, and we've revised our mission statement and been working hard on that. Mr. Johnson is also going to be handing over the Empower Ed newsletter to Student Voice to kind of use it for our purposes, and just we're going to be dealing with that from now on. And another thing is, some members of our team were able to go to the Equity Summit last Friday, which was such a positive experience. There were over 175 students from different schools there, and it was great. We got to set up a booth, we made a poster, and got some more students to sign up. We have some more students who have shown interest now from a variety of different schools. So before I hand it over to Taneo to talk about our next steps, we're just super excited that all of this is coming to fruition, that we're growing out of our just idea phase and into the implementation phase, and that next school year we will actually have a lot of students from different schools that will be able to talk about and impact real decisions. It's just super exciting, and we're so grateful for this opportunity and excited to see what the next year will hold.
Hi guys, I'm here now to talk about our next steps. So for the next school year, some of our next steps are to get our interest form out and to get our kickoff summit and our application ready for the next school year, so students will know who we are and what we do, and if they are interested, they will be able to apply. Another one of our steps is to send out that application in August, right when the school year starts, so that we can get, going and running throughout the school year. To have that kickoff summer in the fall, and to establish norms for our team so that students know what they are expected, of doing while they're in our group, and so that they know, how to carry themselves and just, what to do while they're in our group. And that's what we're trying to do, as the new, school year gets here.
And one more thing to add, just about our norms. We've been discussing this with our team, is we want to make sure that our Student Voice team is one that just cultivates an atmosphere of respect, and that we're not just here to complain, but we're here to just offer proactive solutions, and that it will be a place where we can just understand that our views will not always align, but appreciate what we can learn from each other. And we really want it to be a diverse group. We'll definitely make that a point in when we're sorting through the applications. We want students from all the schools in the county who come from different backgrounds, so that we can hear from all different types of students, and we can all have a chance to make an impact on our education. So that's our updates we have for you guys. If you have any questions.
Any questions, board members? Ms. Walker?
Hold on.
You did.
Yeah, so I just get my mic on. First, I want to say, well done. I know doing an initiative like this from the ground up is a very difficult thing to do. One, to form, and two, to get it all together and keep it going. And I know how hard you guys have been working, so I want to say I appreciate that very much. I think for us, I assume when the forms go out, you'll have on there what committees maybe people want to serve on, board committees. And by that time, hopefully, we'll have had our applications done, so we can, be able to give you guys that too. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you, because y'all have worked very, very hard, and I appreciate you coming back. And I want to hear an update every month, no matter what it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Graybill?
For the students that you talk to in there, just give them our best on taking their making exams, their end of grade tests, their end of course tests. They may be already finished by the time our next board meeting happens. So getting all this planned and still doing your job of being the students that you are is important. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Mr. McManus?
I just want to add to what both have said. I can remember when this first came to discussion, and we were so excited. I know that some boards would be hesitant to have students starting to involve and ask questions. I think for us to represent every single one of you, we need to listen. That's what we're here for. We may not always agree, we can do it, but we need your input.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And I'll just add that, again, thank you for coming up and speaking. It takes a lot to get in front of all these adults, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity and all your support.
Thank you. Good. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
I believe next on our agenda will be the superintendent's report. Dr. Faust?
Good evening. First and foremost, I'd like to express my appreciation to our 45 exceptional school principals whose dedication was celebrated yesterday on National School Principals Day. Their hard work and leadership have been essential in fostering a positive learning environment for all of our students. I'm also delighted to announce that just moments ago, we awarded the Board of Education student scholarships for future teachers. These 4 scholarships, valued up to $28,000 each, will enable promising students to pursue their aspirations of becoming educators at accredited North Carolina institutes, contributing to the future of our district and beyond. This week, we'll be celebrating a significant accomplishment, the graduation of our inaugural Career and Leadership Development Academy cohort in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce. The program allowed middle school students to acquire career, leadership, and education pathway knowledge, building their leadership skills and highlighting employable skills needed for today's workforce. This innovative program has not only enhanced the professional skills of our students, but also nurtured the next generation of community leaders. Later this week, we'll be hosting our Educator of the Year celebration, where we will recognize all of our outstanding finalists and announce the overall Educator of the Year. The deserving winner will receive a cash prize of approximately $6,500, while all finalists will be honored with special prizes and gifts as a token of our appreciation for their exceptional work and dedication to our students. As we approach the end of the year, our dedicated staff and students are diligently preparing for end-of-grade tests and graduation ceremonies. Simultaneously, we are laying the groundwork for a successful upcoming academic year by identifying areas of improvement and developing strategic plans. The safety of our students remain a top priority, and we have been working relentlessly to make necessary enhancements in our school buildings. These improvements will ensure a secure and supportive environment where our students can thrive. To wrap up, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the entire community, the entire school community, for their unwavering commitment and hard work throughout this school year. Your collective efforts have made these accomplishments possible and have positioned us for continued success in the future. Thank you for your dedication to our district and to the students we serve. Thank you. This concludes my.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. And I think I'm going to have move that because you stole half of my thunder right here. I was just a couple things I had, and I'm going to do something a little bit different at the end. But first off, I enjoyed working with and interviewing the Teachers of the Year and Principals of the Year. What a great opportunity to meet with some wonderful people. We actually had a former Teacher of the Year that Ms. Abby Nobles, and I believe she's still here. Is Abby still here? I've asked her to come forward. She's going to share an idea with us real quickly that I think is outstanding. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. The 2022 New Hanover County Schools District and Overall Teachers of the Year team, Stephen O'Neill, Melissa Allen, Elizabeth Raffold, in conjunction with myself, the 2022 Southeast Regional Teacher of the Year, are excited to recommend to the board their desire to have a 1 to 2 minute spot each month at the board meetings for Teacher of the Year representatives to share teacher voice and positive engagement from around New Hanover County schools. As key stakeholders on the ground, they are excited to rotate each 1 to 2 minute spotlight to highlight our great teacher leaders and activity in New Hanover County schools. So that's an idea that my team and I came up with, and we would love your support to make that happen and that place on the board agenda happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We were sitting down chatting, and she came up with that idea, and I said, you know, we have student voice, but wouldn't it be great to also hear from educators and educator voice? So I think that'd be awesome, something for us to talk about in the future. Additionally, I was going to mention that the future teacher scholarship interviews, we were all part of that, and boy, I tell you, it was eye-opening. It was wonderful. The young folks that we saw here today, with additional there were 3 other additional students that also interviewed for that, and just what a joy to hear these young people and all their positivity, their wonderful ideas, and the fact that they just want to come back and work here in New Hanover County schools so much. I also wanted to mention that we had site visits as we announced the Teachers of the Year. And boy, I tell you, there were some of them that were very, very surprised. So tears were once again flowing, and just some wonderful teachers doing wonderfully, just doing a super job with their students throughout the school district. So would like to highlight all the Teachers of the Year and congratulate them, as well as the Principals of the Year. And finally, I have a quick announcement from Mrs. Mason.
So I announced this last month, but it was right at the end, and I wanted to just make sure that everybody else could hear it because I think it's a great opportunity for parents. The New Hanover County Schools Advisory Council for Exceptional Children are putting on a parent forum. It's titled Parents as Partners in the IEP Process. It will be happening Thursday, May 18th from 7:30 to 8:30, and it's going to be online via Zoom. I'm pretty certain they're going to be sending this information home with parents, but I really wanted to just highlight it because I think that the people on this committee have been doing so much good and hard work to make this a phenomenal forum. So hope that parents can come and participate.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. And that ends my report. Next on our agenda is the call to the audience. Ms. Bradford will be calling the names as usual.
Ready to go? Christina Mercer.
Good evening. I'm here tonight because I'm tired of playing games. I'm tired of these side issues that keep the board from focusing on what really impacts students and teachers in New Hanover County's public schools. First, I cannot fathom your insistence on being content with the most minimum state requirements for funding and staffing. For decades, employees have known that the state numbers are ridiculous, and the only way to strengthen the schools is to enhance those numbers. In order to do this, the board and the county commissioners have to work together. Yet we have a superintendent who keeps telling them we're fully staffed, and a board who gives condescending presentations about the budget. I hear you speak about improving student achievement, but you all are expecting caviar on a hamburger budget. Why should students strive to race to the top if you're satisfied with the bottom? It's part of your job to advocate for more funding. Why don't you do it? Also, there are dozens of abuse victims from teachers who were allowed to continue teaching for decades despite whispers of misbehaviors. This predates you all, but you could finish the lawsuit and put the money towards that by simply settling. Surely there is a point where legal fees exceed what the school system was hoping to save in settlement money. Do it. Help these victims move on with their lives and begin to work through the trauma. And last, I spent the last years of my career at the alternative school, and I'm telling you definitively, this school system doesn't discipline students consistently. Minority students are more likely to receive a harsher punishment than their white peers for the same offense. Students with disabilities aren't immune from being suspended, and even long-term suspended, even if their infraction was directly related to their disability. I had been hopeful when the new behavior matrix came out, but it became quickly obvious that no one was following it. In closing, you represent New Hanover County Schools. It is your job to advocate for what is best for all students. Are you going to spend your time chasing and resolving non-issues created by non-educators, or are you going to actually work together to create a better school system for all students? Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Clark?
I speak in the name of Jesus for love to overflow, for the spirit of wisdom and revelation. For the foolish things of God have proven to be wiser than human wisdom, and the feeble things of God have proven to be far more powerful than any human ability. I pray the wisdom from above will enter your heart, and a deep fountain of truth will be opened inside of you. I pray His grace will flood you with bold courage, giving you the ability to move forward in spite of what you see, that you will not be easily shaken by trouble, nor led astray by novel teachings or by false doctrines of deceivers who teach clever lies. But instead you will remain strong and always sincere in love as you express the truth. So in awe before the Father of our Lord Jesus, the perfect Father of every child in heaven and on the earth, I pray that He would unveil within you the unlimited riches of His glory and favor, until supernatural strength floods your innermost being with His divine might and explosive power. Then the resting place of His love will become the very source and root of your life. Never doubt God's mighty power to work in you. He will achieve infinitely more than your greatest request, your most unbelievable dream, and exceed your wildest imagination. His miraculous power outdoes them all, constantly energizing you. We give God all the glorious praise that rises from every generation.
Thank you, Ms.
Through
Clark.
Jesus and
You're out of
all
time.
that will yet be manifest through eternity. Amen.
Thumbs up.
Peter Radovich?
Did you know that the words equity and equitable appear 27 times in the New Hanover County School Board Policy Manual? For example, in Policy 4300, it states student behavior policies are provided to establish a system that ensures the equitable treatment of all students. In other words, white students should make up about 58% of the out-of-school suspensions, and about 18% would be black students, because 58% of the student population is white and 18% is black. With equitable treatment, there's justice. Now, the word equal appears 50 times in the school board policies. In Policy 2130, it states that an equal amount of budgeted funds will be allocated for each board member for conferences, conventions, or other board development activities. That is, you all get a fair and consistent amount of money. So tonight, as you consider Policy 3610, Counseling Program, look for the word equitable. Spoiler alert, it's not there. Because all of our students' needs are different, school counselors must be able to provide equitable access to opportunities. And if they're already doing it, fabulous. Just put it in the policy. Fair and consistent access would be an injustice. With equitable access, justice prevails.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Radowich. Chris Sutton.
I noticed that apparently we had another child almost die, and yet we're still dragging our feet on getting an airway clearance device. This is getting ridiculous. If we have a child die, that's going to lay on all y'all's heads. It's wrong, okay? You have to watch how you speak to attorneys, because one word can change an entire conversation. So for instance, Ms. Bradford, you asked about the elephant in the room. You asked about a conflict of interest. He said there was none. But there's a perceived conflict of interest, and he knew this because he brought up the Port City Daily article in which even Ms. Adams quoted as saying the board would speak about the perceived conflict of interest in closed session. All a perceived conflict of interest is if a reasonable person can look at the details and state that there is a chance that someone might make a bad decision or a slanted interpretation because they have some type of gain or something to get. Liberty Mutual, I asked y'all to see how much money we spent to fight the victim. Liberty Mutual paid Tharrington Smith to fight the victims. I believe it's close to $1 million. That's just one lawsuit. They work with Liberty Mutual on potentially multiple lawsuits, so we're talking millions of dollars potentially. That is an inherent perceived conflict of interest, and he ducked the conversation on a technicality because perceived was not added in. That is ridiculous. Call to audience has two problems that have been discussed. Teachers and staff being unable to sign up at exactly 8 a.m. due to organized groups blocking out a chunk of call to audience posts. Both of these problems can be accomplished without the lottery system that y'all are trying to introduce. We could create a teacher voice agenda item before call to audience that allows teachers to be heard without competing with the rest of the community. I believe there's a significant difference in perception of what the value of call to audience is. I believe some members believe it is a waste of time and just a mandated part of the process. Others, including myself, believe that citizen participation is mandated because it is our new soapbox in the town square. It is our opportunity to not only address our elected officials, but also raise concerns with the community. I didn't know we were locking kids in closets until a parent spoke at a call to audience.
Thank you, Mr.
She
Sutton.
helped raise awareness and shut down the seclusion rooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise, you now?
Good evening. My name is Denise Yanone. I am the president of the New Hanover County Special Education Parent-Teacher Association. With Teacher Appreciation Week upon us, it is important to recognize and support our great teachers. But what does support for all teachers look like? Why should we support teachers at all? The second question is easier to answer. It is for the same reason that we should support parents. It is because both parents and teachers hold the lives and well-being of our community's children in their hands. Supporting teachers means making sure they all have a lunch period, a preparation period, and reasonable access to a restroom. Support means providing enough resources for teachers to teach and for parents to learn. Support means enough appropriately certified staff for each classroom. Parent support means attending to parent concerns and trying to find appropriate solutions together. Support means informing parents of their rights. It means open and frequent communication in ways parents can understand and access. The best thing parents, teachers, administrators, and community members can do for our children is to find ways to support each other without anger and fear. Supporting parents and teachers is the only viable way to support our students. Children thrive when parents and teachers find ways to work together. Heartfelt gratitude for our entire education staff, our future teachers, our parents and guardians, and most especially for our beautiful children. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yonan. Katie Gates.
Good evening, Board. I ask you to carefully revisit your policies and curriculum in the upcoming months and perhaps provide more oversight and maintain compliance within already existing objectives. In doing so, please ensure the protection of American ideals and heritage and guard against the promotion of Marxist and communist principles that have crept into the curriculum. Cultural Marxism has invaded our schools through dangerous ideologies and programs that appeal to emotion, not fact. Parents, please take note of what is being taught to your children directly and indirectly. In 1789, the first federal law on education linked the Christian religion and public education together, declaring religion, morality, and knowledge as necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind. President Truman repeatedly stated that communism represented a conflict between Christianity and anti-Christianity, asserting the only lasting way for America to defeat communism was through Christianity. That worked great until 1963, when the Supreme Court took prayer out of schools. In that same year, 45 communist goals were read into the congressional record. I actually encourage you to read those all and reflect on the premises that have been incorporated into our modern psyche and our educational system since 1963. Let me just read a few. 17 says, get control of the schools, use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda, soften the curriculum, get control of teachers' associations, put the party line in textbooks. 24, eliminate all laws governing obscenity by calling them censorship and a violation of free speech and free press. 30, discredit founding fathers, present them as selfish aristocrats who had no concern for the common man. And 41, emphasize the need to raise children away from the negative and suppressive influence of parents. So I thank you for considering those as examples of parental concerns in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Barbara Barkowitz.
Good evening. Can you hear me? The Book Review Committee. I'm appalled by the trajectory the majority of the board is taking and what was said by those of you in favor. Banning books, by whom, by what criteria, by what right? There are parental choice policies in place. No legislation exists in our taxpayer-funded public school system denying the rights of parents and their children access to books other people want removed. As for objections voiced by some stating it's not a ban, let's dispense with semantics and using words like Marxism taken out of context. This slippery slope of first step aligns with fascism and autocracy. Let's review fascism's alignment in history. Hitler, for example, in 1939, removing books, then burning them. South Africa banning authors and their books during apartheid. Soviet Russia, prior to, during World War II, and afterwards, did all of that, as well as rewrote Ukraine's history, and now has quickly removed books, yet again, then burned piles of them. Then there's Iran. So parallels of fascism are in our country. For one example, there's a district in Texas right now that was actually pushing for a community book burn. With Putin's invasion of Ukraine, the people there, including my relatives, both past and present, were and are risking their lives for a democratic existence that also includes resisting fascistic censorship such as this, with this committee. They lived it and they know it. They're experiencing purges now, just as they experienced the purges of Stalin, and they'd have a lot to say about what's being proposed here, and they know firsthand. And they'd enlighten you about the aligned paths of fascism, both past and present. So again, there's that slippery slope taught, hopefully, to us by history.
Thank you, Ms. Bakowitz. You're out of time.
Thank you.
Loretta Stackhouse.
Good evening. The short-term suspension policy number 4351 states that before a student receives an out-of-school suspension, they have a right to an informal hearing where they shall be informed of the charges and the basis for the accusations against him or her, and may make statements in defense or mitigation of the charges. The students also may request that the principal hear from persons whom the student claims can speak on his or her behalf. If the student reasonably claims the need for additional time to present such persons, the principal may postpone action for a reasonable time. That may sound reasonable for a teenager in high school, but does it make sense for a 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old child? Remember, 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children are only in kindergarten, first, and second grade. Their reasoning and thinking are not the same as older children. They may know they're in trouble, but it's unlikely they will be thinking about requesting that the principal hear from persons who can speak on their behalf. And I don't expect them to request additional time to present such persons. That is why short-term suspension policy number 4351 needs to be revised. Our younger learners deserve the right to have their parent or other representative present at the formal hearing. If this is already happening in some school, that's great. It needs to be in the policy so that every 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old has that right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stackhouse. Leslie Posey.
Good evening. The length of board meetings has been a recent topic of discussion. I would like to point out a few things that have unnecessarily used your time. The calendar. You have spent multiple hours debating the school calendar. In 2005, the then newly elected Republican legislature declared that school must start no earlier than August 27th and must end by June 10th. This put the end of the first semester in January. This law is still in effect. All you had to do was follow it. Books in our schools. Again, hours have been spent discussing ways to keep our children from reading. The district already has an excellent policy. If I don't want my daughter to read To Kill a Mockingbird, fine. I tell her teacher, I tell the librarian, she's blocked from that book. Problem solved. You have spent more hours revisiting policies that should not be changed. The budget. You minutely discuss cutting vital positions, but make no mention of our top-heavy administration. North Carolina has a huge surplus in the rainy day fund. Urge them to use some of it on schools as is required in the state constitution. One thing I learned in high school debate, rambling is a sign of being inept. The call to audience seems to be the top consideration for shortening meetings. If you really don't want to hear from us, do what is right for the children. We have given you information on programs to train teachers to stop seclusion and suspension, along with laws governing policy. So stop trying to eliminate the messengers and do what we elected you to do. Run our schools so that the kids are safe and get the most complete education possible. But if we're so dangerous that the SROs need to stand behind us, and you really enjoy complaining, fine. Mrs. Abel and I are glad to keep crocheting in the back while listening to your rambling.
Thank you, Ms. Posey. Rocky Jeter Webb.
I'd like to recommend some books to put into our public schools. I'd like to recommend this, the King James Holy Bible. I'd like to recommend the Constitution of North Carolina, the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. Why do we need government in the first place? What every American needs to know, by Dr. Christine McMathers. I'd like to recommend Young, Conservative, and Why It's Smart to Be Like Us by Young America. And I'd like to recommend the Tuttle Twins books. This is a popular children's book series. The books have sold over 4 million copies here in the U.S. They can teach children about freedom, liberty rights, as well as a variety of other things. I encourage you to vote for the new Vogel law firm. And I'll also end on this. Real men aren't women, and and there are only two genders, male and female. Thank you. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter Webb. Alicia Ogundelli.
Good evening. Policy 3610. Counseling program will be presented later tonight during the policy consensus portion of the meeting. You will hear that New Hanover County Counseling Program mirrors the American Council Association national model for counseling program, except that it doesn't have ASCA has 36 standards. It states all 36 standards can be applied to 3 counseling domains: academic, career, and social emotional development. The first standard is the student belief, the development of the whole self, including the healthy balance and mental of social and emotional physical well-being. Beware that the phrase social emotional was deleted from policy 3610 last month policy committee meeting. Why? 2 reasons were given. Our schools are putting so much emphasis on social emotional development. Second, it was reported that there was a vast number of parents out there who have expressed that they're interested in social emotional, that they're not interested in social emotional programs. They are more interested in academics. I find that hard to believe when a lot of children out there don't possess academic skills and they need more emotional support. Second, our students are not robots. They present social behaviors and have emotions. We need policy 3610 to allow our school counselors to do their job and work with the whole child. You're taking human out of humanity. Thank you. Make it make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ogundelli. Veronica McLaurin-Brown. Veronica?
Love Our Children advocates for the safety of all our children and staff in our schools. It supports Policy 4300, which states that school administrators will utilize positive behavior support alternatives to suspensions and only use out-of-school suspension as the last resort. It also supports Policy 4351, which states that students under age 8 or under 3rd grade will not be suspended except for incidents involving drugs, assaults, or possessing weapons. Those serious charges demand parental participation. Those serious charges demand parental participation. Love Our Children NC believes that our youngest learners should have the right to have a parent or representative present when they are a part of an informal hearing that will determine if they receive an out-of-school suspension for incidents involving drugs, assaults, possessing weapons. A parent should be allowed and encouraged to participate in the informal hearing either in person, by phone, or in a video conference. Direct the policy committee to review policy 4351 at its next meeting. Revise the language so our 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children will have the right, the opportunity, the benefit of a parent or other representative present at an informal hearing for incidents involving drugs, assaults, or possessing weapons. Changing policy 4351 will improve and increase parent involvement in the life of their child at school.
Thank you, Ms. McLaurin-Brown. Jillian Hopman.
Good evening, and thank you to the board. My name is Jill Hopman, chair of the New Hanover County Democratic Party and an immigration and human rights attorney for the past 15 years. As someone who regularly works with children during administrative and legal proceedings, I'm here to respectfully request that short-term suspension policy 4351 is revised to allow for students under the age of 8 or under 3rd grade to have a parent or other representative present at an informal or formal disciplinary hearing. Right now, the policy states that no student has the right to representation at such hearings, while also expecting that child to be adequately informed of the basis for accusations, make statements in defense or mitigation, and request witnesses. I don't believe that any child under 8 even understands what mitigation means, let alone properly can process pending charges, defend themselves, call witnesses, or request a postponement, which the policy already allows for, and which I'd advise each and every one of them to do based on the current text. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I almost never put kids on the stand, or bring them into administrative hearings, or even let them witness their parents' proceedings. Because any type of hearing where some other person or adjudicating body can decide your fate and change your future is fundamentally overwhelming, scary, and traumatizing, even for adults, and especially when you don't know what is going on, what is going to happen, or how to protect yourself. This is a critical bipartisan issue to protect students, parents, educators, and quite frankly, the school system itself for liability purposes. It is not just about well-established due process or representation rights, but about basic human rights, dignity, and fairness. Since the policy already allows for adjournment so that witnesses can be present, it seems very much like a no-brainer to afford the same general courtesy to both parents and children themselves. Thus, I respectfully request that Policy 4351 is revised to add these much-needed protections for young students. Thank you.
Donna Garrett.
Books, minds, and umbrellas only work if they're open. It is clear to this community which of you has an open mind. Instead of working to remove words social emotional and refraining from using equity in Policy 3610 counseling program, let's use these terms to align with the New Hanover County strategic plan and the state strategic plan. Why would you delete words that point to an evidence-based program that helps you reach your goals, especially when it can address some concerning practices like seclusion and restraint, bullying, while also helping to improve students' academics? The very idea of refraining from using the word equity from the policy speaks volumes. It's a standard as a parent and a community member that I demand remains. Let me remind you of the research findings for social-emotional learning. Hundreds of studies involving more than 1 million students worldwide across pre-K to 12 offer consistent evidence that SEL has a positive impact on students' academic achievement. Students participating in SEL have a higher level of school functioning as it reflects their grades, test scores, attendance, and homework completion. It also increases the performance of the 11 percentile points comparing to students who did not participate. That's a whole grade level. There's absolutely no need to remove these words from the policy, and I hope that you can focus more energy on how you will reach your strategic plan and not sabotage it. Our kids are in crisis, and I would think that the board would want to use every available resource to support our students. As elected officials, do the right thing and keep the words equity and social and emotional in Policy 3610.
Thank you, Ms. Gargett. Angie Kahaney.
Over 4 years ago, I addressed the board on behalf of the victims of sexual assault. Since then, there are new occupants in the seats before me, an entirely different board, superintendent, attorney, and a panel of senior staff. Yet here we are making the same plea to keep kids safe and do the right thing. A new legal contract sits before you tonight of 3 firms to consider for your legal fiascos, yet one question that has not been raised is which of them would provide advisement in the best interest of students? Not Tharrington and Smith, apparently. June marks 4 years since Michael Kelly confessed and was convicted of almost 60 counts of sexual abuse against students, and since that time, your goal has been to protect pedophiles and those who enable them instead of children. The board has signed off on prolonging the trauma of victims in that process and inflicting more pain through the ongoing hellish court battles. You find comfort in assuming that you all are safe under qualified immunity, but who's keeping our kids safe? The victims of these heinous crimes are not just numbers. They're former students that the district failed to protect, and many of us worry about the toll your actions take on their well-being every single day that this case stays stagnant. So as you go into closed session to deliberate, I'd ask that you give a second thought to the victims that you continue to abuse and ask yourself, when does it end? And what message are you sending to our students now? They obviously continue to be at risk, as there are plenty of predators out there watching the mess you've created with this case that has broken the trust of the entire community. You are elected to protect children, not figure out ways to get around doing so with excuses and blindly following legal counsel. No matter which law firm you go with, the choice is still yours with regard to ending this case and allowing the victims to finally begin to heal and live their lives. Perhaps it's time to elevate their voices on a platform that'll be heard, because their stories are far more heartbreaking than what I stand up here and say. Then maybe the public will understand the consequences of negligence of this district in failing to follow law and protect children, and push for accountability and finally set the victims free.
Thank you, Ms. Kahaney. Judy Justice.
Okay. Most of you need to start focusing on what is best for our school district, not advancing a political agenda that further damages our public schools. Our schools are in crisis due to lack of funding for staff and facilities from both our state and local government. Stop wasting precious time on those political issues that do not, in reality, affect this crisis but add to it. Stop trying to censor books and curriculum developed by educational professionals that a very small group finds offensive. Stop trying to cut funding for needed services such as SEL programs and practices. They do nothing but help all students, and especially our most needy. Stop trying to deny the LGBTQ community their fundamental rights as Americans, and stop accusing them of grooming students. Stop ignoring the dozens, if not hundreds, of sexual assault cases that have occurred for at least 20 years and are still resulting in student and staff suicides and ruined lives. And do not pick a relatively small and untried law firm because of political connections. That will do nothing but to add to our financial costs and continued legal entanglements. Start doing the job you were elected to do. Stop focusing on funding to support repairing our facilities and keeping and hiring good and needed staff. Fight for the money, the $1.5 billion from the hospital sale, promised to us. Start to properly evaluate the superintendent who continues to fail to serve our schools effectively. Start to help our schools designated as failing through targeted redistricting and real magnet programs based on educational research. And start to listen to all the staff and community, not just those who you politically align with. Do your job according to our educational needs, not how your political parties dictate. The election is over. Start serving all of the people.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Your time is up. Carletta Grissett. Carletta Grissett. Okay. Lisa Goff.
In honor of the National Day of Prayer on Thursday, May 4th, I'd like to remember what President Lincoln issued a proclamation calling for national humiliation, fasting, and prayer. It said in part, "We have been the recipients of the choicest bounties of heaven. We have been preserved these many years in peace and prosperity. We have grown in numbers, wealth, and power as no other nation has ever grown, but we have forgotten God. We have forgotten the gracious hand which preserved us in peace and multiplied and enriched and strengthened us, and we have vainly imagined in the deceitfulness of our hearts that all these blessings were produced by some superior wisdom and virtue of our own. Intoxicated with unbroken success, we have become too self-sufficient to feel the necessity of redeeming and preserving grace, too proud to pray to the God that made us. It behooves us then to humble ourselves before the offended power, to confess our sins, national sins, and to pray for clemency and forgiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goff. Kimberly Spicer. Kimberly Spicer? Okay. Yolanda Hernandez.
Good evening. Tonight I'm addressing Policy 3610, the Counseling Program and Equity for All Students. The American School Counselor Association has developed a national model for school counseling programs. Policy 3610 states that our counseling program should mirror that. The association has a position on equity for all students. It states that school counselors are advocate for the equitable treatment of all students in school and the community. It also states that the school counselor's role is to develop and implement a school counseling program promoting equity and access for all students. Some of the ways they do this is by using data to identify gaps in achievement, opportunity, and attainment, maintaining knowledge and skills for working in a diverse and multicultural work setting, and promoting access to rigorous standards-based curriculum, academic courses, and learning paths for college and career for all students. In the beginning of this school year, 13 of our schools were low performing. 4 students received a top grade of A. Clearly, some of our schools need more counseling support than others. Tonight's revised Policy 3610 calls for fair and consistent access to opportunities. Reject that. Vote instead for equity, for equitable access to opportunities. Let's support all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Nell Case? She's not here. Gail Tabor.
Good evening. I grew up in North Carolina. My dad did not complete high school because he had to stop school in order to work on the family dairy farm. He completed his GED in the military, but he was a voracious reader. He read everything he could get his hands on, and he handed that trait down to his children, his grandchildren, and his great-grandchildren. We read as much as we possibly can, everything we can get our hands on. I grew up attending an evangelical church. We read the Bible, as I still do today in my vocation and in my home. I learned stories of rape and incest and adultery from the Bible. And I learned that God is love. And I've come to realize that for many, this means that God is love only if you have the same religious and political beliefs as they do. Fortunately, this type of belief runs afoul of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution that guarantees that no law be made respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. I will remind this board that regardless of your own beliefs on the topic of book content, to think about this: no one on the right side of history has ever been on the side of censorship or been on the side of banning books. And I implore you to consider that parents have the right to stop their child from reading a book, but not to stop every child from reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Michael Davidson.
Good evening. My name is Michael Davidson. I'm on the clock. First of all, I'd like to say that the acoustics here are very challenging. I can hear people who speak at this mic, but your mics I'm having challenges with. So I don't know if you can project a little bit more or check the sound system, but it's the second meeting I've had and it's very hard to hear you. So I just want to speak a little bit about, if I can get my phone to work, which is always a challenge. Okay, so this is all my opinion, and I'm just going to state it. Freedom of speech and book banning cannot coexist. How do we create a well-informed future leaders if we restrict what they're asked to speak, what they can read? 50 years ago when I was in high school, my 50th anniversary is coming up, we had something called the William F. Buckley Stairway. Some of you may remember who William Buckley was. We had two groups in our school. We had the Common Concern Club and the Young Americans for Freedom. We were both on the different ends of the political spectrum. How did we debate? Well, what we did is we took butcher paper and posted our ideas on a stairwell between the second and third floor of our high school. Our advisors caused us to look at issues critically. They would not allow us to put things up. It wasn't fact-based. It wasn't in some form that we could support in future speaking. We posted our ideas. We talked about Vietnam War. We talked about abortion. We talked about legalizing marijuana. But each time we spoke with respect. We didn't put down the other group that was posting their ideas. And also posting ideas on our wall allowed students who weren't involved in either of our clubs to understand ideas that we were throwing out there. In fact, we knew we had a hot topic when the stairwell was filled between classes. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't take enough time. Okay.
Oh.
I will finish.
Michael Davidson? That was him. Tracy Bannon.
Hi. I found it very interesting that others are talking about the sexual assault cases tonight when I've not heard one of them say anything about it before. I also find it very interesting that one of the prior school board members talked about it. She's been on the board for 4 years. What'd she do about it? Nothing. Let's see. We need to change attorneys because of the sexual assault case. Why should they try to settle it? They get billable hours. Why hasn't it been settled? These men, some of them had committed suicide. I consider these men to be murder victims. Why hasn't this been settled? Can you answer this? You also stated last week that you give all options to everything that's asked of you. You do not. You give options that you think others want to hear. And when an option is brought up to you, you then say, oh, yeah, that's right, but. So, as far as books go, I don't appreciate my money being paid for the kind of books that are in the libraries. You say that it's a parent's choice? Fine, that's a parent's choice, but it's my money that's being paid for. I don't appreciate that. I don't want my money to be spent on trash. You keep referring to the Bible, the stuff's in the Bible. Guess what? It's not good stuff that's in the Bible. It doesn't talk about the good stuff. Incest isn't good. The Bible doesn't say it's good. It's an abomination. You keep referring to it as being stuff good in the Bible, and it's not. So don't refer to your incest. The Bible doesn't teach a child how to have oral sex. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bannon. That concludes our call to audience. She did?
Kimberly Spicer.
Kimberly? Ah, there she is.
You can get the 2 minutes back up. Kimberly, if you hold on for 1 second, please. We get your timer up.
Do y'all have a flash drive area thing up here?
Well, never mind. Okay, I'm gonna be quick. Try to speak as fast as I can. I'm speaking not just for my daughter, but for all the students. My daughter is a student at Laney. She got hit January the 3rd. She got flown to Chapel Hill. We stayed there for 2 days. So my thing is, I don't know exactly where to start, but I'm starting with the school system. I'm going for more lighting in that area, a sidewalk, a trail, whatever. Don't really care what it is, but it was dark the night that my daughter got hit, and the young lady that hit her could not see her. So my thing, I'm fighting for more lighting in that area, because as soon as she hit the street, she got hit, and it was dark. So my thing to y'all is who to start from, where do I go? I'm gonna try to keep pushing this. She's only in the 10th grade. I don't care if it's till after she graduates, to get more lighting in that area, not just for my child, but for the students, you know, of course, Laney and Trask. So that's my thing. This is my daughter right here. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That ends our call to the audience. At this point, we are going to go into closed session. I would call for a motion to go into closed. All right, I got you. Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act 20 USC 1232G, and formulate plans related to emergency response and school safety to consult with the board's attorney and preserve attorney-client privilege, including the case captioned TH by parent or guardian, AH versus New Hanover County Board of Education, 23 EDC 00608. Is there a motion? I'm
So
sorry,
moved.
wait a minute.
Mr. Chair, in order to discuss the SBI report in closed session, we'll need to add the Doe cases to the closed session motion. So there should be a revised one posted online with the Doe cases
That was
added.
the last one. Okay, let's try again.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you. All right. I call for a motion to go into closed session pursuant to NC General Statute 143, 318, 11, A1, 3, 6, and 8 to consider personnel matters and maintain confidential person records under NC General Statute 115C through C 319 through 321 to prevent disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act 20 USC 1232 to formulate plans related to emergency response and school safety, and to consult with the board's attorney and preserve attorney-client privilege, including the cases captioned TH by parent or guardian, AH versus New Hanover County Board of Education, 23 EDC 00608, John Doe's 1 through 14 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, et al., 19 CVS 2745, and Jane Doe's 1 and 2 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, et al., 20 CVS 1395, and Jane Doe 3 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, et al., 21 CVS 4707, consolidated matters.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I hear that motion? I have a motion from Ms. Bradford,
Second.
second from Ms. Mason. Is there any discussion? You know what I'm thinking, don't you? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. We are in closed session. We're back in open session. Next, I do apologize for the length of that. There was a lot of good information given to us in closed session that we needed, but I do apologize for the length of that. We'll continue on with strategic plan update. Strategic plan update.
Yeah, it is next.
Oh, we're doing the strategic plan update to the next meeting. Okay, I make a motion to move the strategic plan update to our next meeting. Do I have a second? Bradford, all in favor, please? Oh, excuse me, any discussion?
It takes a 5-2 vote.
Okay, takes a 5-2 vote. Any discussion? No? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries 7-0. We'll move that to our next meeting.
Mr.
Due to
Wilborn?
time, yes, ma'am, Ms. Craybill.
I'd like to make a motion on top of not on top of yours, but in following yours, is in old business where we have legal services. I would like to move that either to a special meeting that we might have or to the next time, because this is going to require a lot of discussion, and I think that we need to talk with our firms again, because there's a lot of questions that were unanswered, and some of us didn't reach out to the candidates personally.
Okay,
So I'd like to make that motion.
Motion to remove C, postpone C.
To just call a special meeting? Either to do it at a special meeting, as soon as possible, or do it in June. Well, actually, we really can't do it in June, but to do it as part of a special meeting that we might be having.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Walker. Is there any additional discussion on that?
State it again, please.
To move under old business, letter C, legal services to postpone it to a later meeting. Is that
To a
right?
special meeting.
To a special meeting,
As soon as
sorry.
possible.
As soon as possible. We have a first, we have a second. Ms. Barnhart?
My only question, Mr. Wittleborough, is I know that there's a time constraint, and so as far as an extra special meeting, I'm just wondering the turnaround time in which we'd have to do it with fidelity to act on behalf of our RFQ that we had out.
I believe my understanding, and I'll ask Ms. Sutton I'll ask Ms. Sutton to speak to it, because that way I want to tell you what my understanding is.
Yes, so we wanted to get that taken care of this month so we could go ahead and get the notice out. Because if we decide not to continue with Tharrington Smith Services, we need to give 30 days notice. So we were trying to get the recommendation and get a contract in place before June 1st if possible.
Okay. So we have first and second. Is there any additional discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Ms. Barnhart. This is important. It needs to be done. We could move some other things off of here, but I think this needs to be done tonight.
Okay. Other discussions? Would you please? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Walker?
Well, I just want to add, there are a lot more questions. I mean, we're going to have, if the discussion is going to be had, we're going to have it, and it's going to take a very long time. And I don't think we're going to get all the answers that we need tonight. We don't have anybody else here that's going to answer the questions we have.
Okay. Mr. McManus?
Yes, sir. In the event that there's a change, when does that become effective? I think I know, but I want to make sure.
Ms. Sutton, that would be the end of June, correct?
Yeah, July 1,
July 1, yeah.
it would take effect.
So, but we would need to have 30 days. Mr. McManus, we would need to have 30 days if we decide to make any changes. Okay, we have.
And just to clarify, I
Yes,
am
ma'am.
proposing that we do this at a special meeting as soon as possible, like we talked about in closed session.
Okay.
So it's not to
Not
to hold it off for a long time, but just so that we're fresh, because this is going to come to us at like 11 o'clock.
Okay. So we have a first, we have a second. Is there any other additional? Ms. Mason?
How soon are we talking, I guess is my question.
That's going to be up to us.
At that special meeting that we had discussed?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I told you there. I was going to be proposing that because just so that we have a chance to get the lawyers back to answer questions for us, either remotely, because there's a lot of unanswered questions that I had.
And I didn't reach out to the people like some board members did.
So she's proposing a special meeting that we would have the attorneys back at for another
Virtually.
round of questions.
I believe she said virtual. Did you say virtual?
Yeah, virtual. I don't have the problem with them coming in virtually.
It would be a back and forth.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's still dialogue. They don't have to come. They get online so that we can ask questions.
Okay, so we have a first and second. We'll call the question. Let's, if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Bowie, would you, by poll, please? So again, just make sure everybody understands, Mr. Craybill's motion is to postpone the discussion to a meeting very soon on legal services.
Yes.
Ms. Bowie?
Yeah.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
That's defeated 4-3, so that will stay on. We will carry on. So we have moved strategic plan update to the next meeting. We are on to student discipline update.
Is this something that we could postpone to the next meeting?
That would be up to the will of the board. Ms. Craybill?
This is something that Mr. McManus asked for specifically, so I think we should allow him to weigh in on that.
Well, yes, it was requested by, I just wanted everybody to hear the same thing.
Okay.
So would you like to postpone it or would you like to hear it tonight?
We're here, let's go for it. We're gonna play well anyhow, so
All right.
another couple, 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You're here. I don't wanna come back, I guess.
I'll be here next time too.
You are supposed to get that fast.
Okay, good evening, Chair Wildebohr, members of the board, Dr. Faust. As you know, our New Hanover County Schools policies and professional development are based on several key tenets around student behavior. All students must be treated with respect. Students can and should be taught the skills and behaviors needed for success. Motivation and responsibility should be encouraged through positive interactions and building those relationships with students. Student misbehavior provides a teaching opportunity, and collaboration in this is critical. All school staff members work together to help students behave responsibly and to meet those students' needs. Oh, am I clicking? I am. We're going to cover 4 main points. The first one, what do we know about our own data? Beyond that, we're going to dig into regulations and policies in place with regard to IDEA, OCR, and our local school board policies, our obligation to respond, and then what sanctions exist for us. So the first piece, digging into our own data. What do we know about discipline by the numbers? And this is summary data for you from last school year, as the last completed school year. How many office discipline referrals resulted in out-of-school suspension? So we had 2,712 office discipline referrals in the 21-22 school year. 16% resulted in out-of-school suspension. So that's how many office discipline referrals we had that resulted in OSS. I will tell you that that is a reduction from pre-pandemic school years where we had total school year data. The previous school year prior to that, we had pre-pandemic in the year 18-19, we had 2,936. And the year prior to that, we were at 3,487. So continuous reduction. What do we know about out-of-school suspensions by grade? Well, we know that 7th, 8th, and 9th graders make up almost half of all students suspended. As we do a breakdown of out-of-school suspension by race, you can see by the percentages listed here, African American students are suspended at a rate almost 6 times more than their peers. Just as concerningly, African American students with disabilities are suspended out of school at a rate almost 4.5 times greater than their peers.
What I want to highlight for you is that New Hanover County Schools is the only district in North Carolina among 115 school districts that is significantly disproportionate in total out-of-school suspensions. The threshold for significant disproportionality is 3 times. We are at 4.5 times for our African American students with disabilities. Top offenses that result in the assignment of out-of-school suspension are as follows. You see fighting at 28.8%, disrespect 20.5%, disruptive 20%, inappropriate behavior 15.7%, and aggressive behavior at 14.9%. I do have a question for you though. Someone please define for me what disrespect looks like. Anybody? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, okay, interesting. So whatever definition you provide for me, I'm going to ask, does everyone explicitly agree with that definition? Right. Next, I'm going to go to the second bullet. What are the regulations and policies in place with regard to student discipline? In these, we're going to discuss the Individuals with Disability Education Act regulations, Office of Civil Rights rulings, and New Hanover County Schools policies. Not sure what's happening. Oops. So let's talk about what disproportionate representation and significant disproportionality really is. It's overrepresentation of certain students by race or ethnicity for special education services. There are 3 areas that this is calculated on. For us, it isn't about the more restrictive placement options or the identification, it's about the disciplinary removals. Within the parameters of federal regulations, each state has to adopt procedures and processes to address whether this significant disproportionality and whether it exists in identification, placement, or discipline. Again, for us, it's discipline. There is a sanction. The parameters further require the reservation of funds, and when I say the parameters of the federal regulation, requires that the district with significant disproportionality reserve the maximum amount of federal funds received under the section of the Act, meaning IDEA, and that's 15%, to provide comprehensive early intervening services. In other words, to address the root causes of the disproportionality. This reserve or set aside must address the factors that contribute to disproportionality. Therefore, those funds cannot be used for the overall services of the EC or special education program. 15% of the IDEA funds the district receives are not able to be used toward the overall services for students with disabilities. That amount of sanction over the past 5 years is more than $4.5 million. And I go on to say that needs to be returned to the special education program by way of reducing the disproportionality. The regulations require specifically the promotion of equity in IDEA. The process for determination of significant disproportionality, as I mentioned, for this promotion of equity in IDEA is explained as identifying and addressing the factors that contribute to significant disproportionality, addressing any policy, practice, or procedure that contributes to, and then reporting publicly any of these changes. I also need to share with you some rulings from the Office of Civil Rights that require our response. So the Office of Civil Rights is just as concerned by statistical evidence, as I have highlighted here, so I'm not reading everything to you word for word. Statistical evidence of discriminatory effect. So this is the difference between intent and what outcomes look like. Even when we believe we are treating similarly situated students the same, such as everyone involved in the fight gets out of school suspension. It's still, when the outcome still weighs more heavily on students of a particular race, we still find ourselves in disproportionality. So more clearly,
equal responses to student behaviors that don't lead to equal outcomes for students by race is still disproportionality. Furthermore, the Office of Civil Rights is concerned with the application of discretionary or subjective infractions, such as defiance, disruption, inappropriate behavior, because these less objective infractions are more susceptible to racial bias. As we will go back and review our top offenses that result in out-of-school suspension, more than half, in fact 56.2% of those, are extremely subjective: inappropriate behavior, disruptive, and disrespect. Third bullet, what is our obligation to respond? How do we engage in root cause analysis? And what policy and process reform are required or incumbent upon us? I want to bring your attention to commentary from the Safe and Civil Schools, which is the root of leadership and behavior support training we've been providing in the district. Research, 20-year body of research, schools across the nation. Research consistently indicates that the most influential factor in establishing a positive, proactive learning environment is leadership. The principal sets the tone. Therefore, who did we ask what the root causes are? Principals. So I'm sharing with you a few slides here of their responses of root causes in their own handwriting, and then I'm going to provide for you a summary slide that has multiple bullets. So I'll give you a few minutes to look over the pictures, and then I'm going to move on. And again, I have them summarized in a bulleted slide. So I'm going to move to the next. And one more. As succinctly bulleted here for you, the first column addresses root causes. The second column are what principals identified as strategies to address, not necessarily lining up bullet by bullet. I want to highlight for you root cause. The top addressed issues as root cause: mental health and trauma of students, a lack of de-escalation training or use of de-escalation in adult responses, implicit bias and cultural bias, perceiving that this behavior is disrespect from this student, but another student that engages in it, I don't necessarily see that as disrespect. I see that as self-advocacy, that kind of thing. Old school supervision attitudes, lack of student success, lack of classroom engagement, hunger basic need deficiencies, high concentration of needs in certain schools, lack of adequate supervision in high traffic areas. I'm sorry to read these, but I have to highlight them. Social deficits, a lack of connection and relationship, things happening in social media, lack of communication skills, pressure from stakeholders for an easy out. OSS is called the easy out. Punitive mindset in schools and a lack of use of restorative practices. These are from the words of principals. Principals also identified this second column as what we need to be doing to address these. Trauma-informed teaching, professional development, counselor lessons in social emotional learning, modeling and teaching the de-escalation for staff, reteaching replacement behaviors for our students. Staff professional development in responding to student behaviors, changing lens from punitive to teaching and restorative practices. Relationship building among students and families, increasing professional development for our adults on conflict resolution and power struggles. They want a district restorative practices plan versus their individual school plan. They want proactive communication with families and celebration of successes, and they want effective academic interventions. We know that out-of-school suspension is not an intervention. So, our New Hanover County Schools policies, local policies, the 4300 series. In the past, we had one student code of conduct policy, Policy 8410. In our policy manual revamp, we went to 18 student behavior policies. These policies were revised for the 21-22 school year, including the requirement for a range of consequences in each policy for each behavior strand. Principals and district leaders came together to create those range of consequences for each of those violations of student conduct. Those range of consequences are a graduated response, including instructive and restorative approaches. Many of what you saw identified in the strategies column from principals. In these, we must ensure that all school settings are safe and productive. No argument there. Create positive school climate with a high expectancy of student success. An expectancy of student success is a completely different trajectory than an expectancy of student failure or student removal. And then designing effective policies and procedures for prompting students to be responsible, highly motivated, and actively engaged in school tasks. Again, I'm going to remind you, New Hanover County Schools has the highest disproportionality rate in North Carolina. The only way to reinstate the funds, that 15% set aside for the sole use of students with disabilities, thus increasing their academic growth, is to continue to reduce overall disciplinary referrals, or OSS, from schools. And that's by implementing Policy 4302, our school plans for the management of student behavior, as were reviewed from school improvement plans back in the fall. Those plans guide our staff to be proactive, where problem behaviors are prevented before they begin, positive, where they're interacting with students in friendly and inviting ways, and instructional, where misbehavior is corrected calmly and consistently to teach students to behave more responsibly. And I'll leave you with this. Every student, regardless of race or disability, needs to be part of the growth for which New Hanover County Schools strives to be known. Thank you.
We talk about least restrictive environment for our EC kids, and a lot of the behaviors, if they are behaviors happening with our EC kids, are they in the mainstream classroom? And if so, are we looking at whether or not this truly is the least restrictive environment for those kids?
Absolutely. There is always a balance in the discussion of placement for a student with a disability. And when a student is engaging in behaviors that interfere with that kid's learning or the learning of others, that's when that placement determination has got to be discussed at an IEP meeting. And those, of course, are all very individualized. The real concern when addressing behavior in a vacuum is, have we looked at every potential or reasonable intervention being provided to reduce the likelihood that that problematic behavior is occurring? That's that assessment that we have to complete. And that's where you'll hear teams talking about a functional behavior analysis, where we're looking at what is really triggering or is the antecedent for the behavior, and then how are we responding to decrease the likelihood that that behavior actually works for the kid. Yeah, very much.
Ms. Barnum, I appreciate you hitting a lot of keynotes because you're talking about the input and the intentional input and the idea that we have subjective nature of interpretation to our range of consequences. And when I looked at it, I agree with you. When you talk about disrespect and discipline, it's going to look different in the eye of the beholder. So it's really important to get our stakeholders, our principals together to talk about ways that we are utilizing de-escalation strategies. And I want to bring up policy 4300 because it talks about in the very first paragraph, number 2, a system that ensures the equitable treatment of all students. And you said this, you said the intent behind something versus the outcome that happens. And I want to openly address this because I think this is something this board needs to come together with a work session because we do have a lot of common ground. But unfortunately, over the last few years, we have heard the disciplinary practices of of both suspension and seclusion being used in a way that teachers have not done those resources and implied that. And so what I hear back from staff is this, is, Josie, I have tried, I have de-escalated, I have pulled in teachers, I have admin, and I have kids who are violently aggressive, and I don't know what to do to keep my class maintained. And so what I am worried about is looking at the outcome and assuming everything is wrong, rather than looking at the outcome and say, let's brainstorming what we're doing right and what path we need to continue to go on to get those results we want to see. And so for me, and I've said this before, the idea and concept of virtue signaling the word equity, meaning everything's going to come out the same. This is what we've done the last few years, though, in leadership. We've said, let's just stop doing that practice, just stop doing that practice. And then everyone says, well, what do I do? Rather than saying, let's change the focus on the input. And that's what we need to be doing, is changing the focus on the input, getting the support from our staff. And so as we move forward with this conversation, that's what I'd like to see, because I know there are things that we're doing. The first night that we came onto this board in December, we signed 3 times amount for a learning perspectives agreement. And what that did, it was a company comes in to evaluate whether or not our EC students are getting the supports they need and they're being effective in their environment. That's what we did, one of the first things that we did back in December. So I know that there are things that our district is doing. I know there are things that we need to work on. It is clear from the expectation. But what I'd like to do is, as we move forward with the focus, I want to focus on what we're inputting to get that versus just saying stop suspending, because the trickle down effect in some of our staff and schools is you are not allowed to punish if you have a child of color. You are not allowed to, because that's what equitable treatment is for kids. You can't have that result with a kid. And I'm just telling you the disconnect, and I'm telling you why there's such varying degrees of opinion of that word, because of the subjective nature of how some people interpret it.
And I will let you know, there has not been a direction or a directive not to suspend.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Ms. Walker.
First, I want to say thank you for presenting in such an honest way and talking about disproportionality. The data is the data, and I think acknowledging it is a very important first step. Secondly, I appreciate the principals coming up with root causes, because until we address root causes, it doesn't matter if we change the word equity here, social emotional learning here. This is what it is. And there's a lot more to it than in understanding that we really need to dive into. I've talked about it in other cases. Poverty is the biggest driver of trauma. And until we address a lot of these root causes, I don't see how we're going to affect real change. And I know that's something the school district can't take care of on its own. That's something I hope the task force at least looks at and really has some honest conversation about. We can sit here and hash out what equity means or doesn't mean, but obviously we have definitions from our federal government about it, and it's embedded in our own county government in their strategic plan. It's not a scary word. It's not a word meant to say, to me, and I think I've shared this with Mr. McManus, it's about opportunities and making sure that we are trying our best to understand the biases and the things that we hold and affect and change for our students. That is a big number. The disproportionality is a huge problem, and I think it's been that way for a while. And I hope that we really have the real conversation about it, not whether one word means this or one word means that. I just think it's wasting time when this is the work that needs to be done.
Anyone else? Ms. Crable.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of weigh in. One of the things that I was looking at before we talked about this was that educational equity means that each child receives what they need to develop their full academic and social potential. And that's kind of what we saw with the principals. And I would expect that it would be different from building to building because the populations are different from building to building. So, I guess what I'm getting at is, has our strategic plan and your actions, your strategies, your action steps, based on what you've shown us with this data, are you going to make changes to the strategic plan, or is it written out such that we have 5 years to do it and you're going along to meet those milestone action steps?
Yes, and I would echo what the principals provided as root cause analysis and strategies to address that in being very much aligned to behavioral research and very much aligned to our strategic plan. Because what we offered as a part of our strategic plan is rooted in an evidence base around student discipline, student behaviors that are conducive to academic rigor and academic engagement. So yes, I find that they're very much aligned.
And so the follow-up, Mr. Wildebohr, so these things that we're talking about right here, they would fall under the pillar of school safety. You know, not the physical safety, but the people safety?
Definitely.
Okay.
And the creation of positive and proactive school cultures is a huge, if not the most appropriate or paramount deterrent for school safety inside the school building.
Correct.
Anyone else? Mr. McManus?
Yes, sir. I'm never lost for words.
Yeah.
I'm lost for words. I've said this once before. Sounds like it fell on deaf ears. We got to get out of the box. I don't know what that means. We've been doing the same things. When you get the same results, you got to go back and start over again. And we know the schools where this is happening. We've got to do something. We've got to get together. If it doesn't work, we try something else. But we've been sitting on this for a long time. We can't ignore it in so many ways and for a lot of reasons. Some probably still to come. But if it's the right thing to do, we got to deal with it. So we got a lot of smart people in this county and a lot of thinkers and problem solvers. So what do we do? And we need to do it quickly. And this board cannot ignore that. If we don't agree on anything else, we cannot ignore what you just said to us.
And I'm hoping, Mr. McManus, Ms. Walker has a task force, and when she needs us to pull in, she's brainstorming and putting this into action to say, how can we respond to the needs? We also have the all hands on deck that I think was a great idea that the last board had, to be able to plug people in to respond to the unique needs of every school. And I know that people say, fix it. Sometimes it's manpower. Going in and being a volunteer makes a difference in kids' lives. Any one of our priority schools, pick them. Go in and say, principal, where do you need me? Because they'll plug you in. And we need to be proactive in saying that we want to do it.
Anyone else? If not, Ms. Varnum, thank you so much. I think that, and as I'm looking at this, I think that, at least on my version, it says student discipline update is under consensus items, and it really shouldn't be. I think it should be under information. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't notice that before. Is it under yours? Mine is under consensus for some reason. I don't know why.
It's not the same on the screen as it is in the printer.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good. Let's go on to our next item, which is consensus items. Is there a motion to accept the consensus items as provided?
So moved.
Bradford moves. Is there a second? Ms. Walker seconds. Is there discussion?
Yes, I'd like to pull off.
Ms. Craybill?
Pull off item H, NC Spark, MOU, for a little more information. Some of us got to hear about that on the Teacher of the Year visit, but a lot of us may not know.
And you said that was
the significance of that.
H?
It's letter H. So is that something
Okay. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. We'll pull H off. That's not a problem. Anything else, Ms. Mason?
I just had a couple more questions about the one-to-one year 3 devices, so I was hoping to pull off E.
We can pull that off. That was, well, but mine says F, so it must be E, right? E, 2, 1. Okay. I got one somewhere. There it is. Okay. So we'll pull those 2 off. Is there anything else? If not, then can I get a motion to accept all the consensus items except for, I think we already had the motion, but do we have a second for Ms. Bradford's motion to accept the items except for E and H?
Second.
Ms. Mason seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Let's first talk about item, let's go in order, F, 101.
1-1.
121.
It's E.
101, yeah, 121. Question, Ms. Mason?
I actually had two. I had asked Ms. Brinson the relative age of the current devices. I didn't know if you had had the chance to find that information out. And then the second part, or the second question was, what are we doing with those devices that are still good or within use, I guess? Or...
Okay, I'll answer the second question first. So what we've done as we've implemented one-to-one, we have pushed the computers down. So what I'm getting ready to share with you is going to include some very old devices we've implemented since COVID. We've kind of tried to get as many devices in the schools as we can. There are some laptops in there that still have power cords attached to them, and they have to be plugged in because the battery won't last. So I've done numbers. Right now, in the middle schools, we have 4,054 laptops, including staff, student, and CTE. Of those, 1,989 come next year, will be 4 years old or older. We have some still in schools that were purchased in 16, 17.
Any additional questions? If not, okay, let's move on to the other one, and we'll take them both back in if that's okay. Letter I, NC Spark. Would like to kind of...
So my question was, I know we saw it at CTEC, and I was just wanted to confirm that we were only doing it there, and just where the hiring of the leader comes from. Is it going to come in staff, or we're going to hire somebody new? And then a question about other schools are allowed to come and use that. How are we going to facilitate that little detail?
Yeah, so it will only be at CTEC because we actually have the opportunity to have one lab. It will be our choice to design the use of the lab. So if we want to allow other students to come in and use the lab, that is totally up to us. But CTEC will house the lab, and keep in mind what TIP is doing is actually providing us the resources. They're giving us the funding and the furniture to house this lab, and then we can actually do our own ordering and select the person, and I'm sorry, I can't see you, and select the person who will actually be facilitating this lab. So this is an opportunity for our students to come in and see careers that they may not have the opportunity to see in a typical classroom and experience, like modules. Well, it's probably best to hire someone new because this is a one-year grant opportunity. So, and we have funding from them, and they're going to give us $65,000, and that's going to be benefits and all. So we might want to make sure looking at this doesn't have to be a technical teacher. This just will be a person facilitating instruction. So we have a little leeway with the General Assembly about the type of person that we hire.
Any other questions about NC Spark? I'd entertain a motion to accept consensus items E and H.
So moved.
Ms. Bradford moves, second.
Second.
I'm sorry, who's? All right, Ms. Mason seconds. All in favor, any other discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Passes 7-0. We'll move down to our next item, which is policy consensus. I'd entertain a motion to accept policies as provided.
So moved.
Ms. Bradford, motion second.
Second.
Second, Ms. Barnhart. Any discussion? Ms. Craybill?
Yes, I'd like to pull off several of the policies for us to discuss. Policy 3610 on the counseling program, Policy 4720 on surveys of students, and this really isn't a policy, it's a working document, but the one that is called Call to the Audience.
Okay. Call the audience. Okay. All right, so that leaves us policies 26. I don't see. Do I have, oh, I'm sorry, do we have a second for that? I thought we need a second.
Yes, there's a second.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? Well, we'll have discussion afterwards. But let's go ahead and go through the remaining policies. Yes, sir?
You don't need a second to pull from the consensus
That's right.
agenda. Obviously, if one member objects, then there's not consensus.
Right, that's true. I'm sorry. Okay, so with that that leaves us remaining 2660 board policies. Okay, that's called the audience. 2130, 2123, and 2220. We have a motion and a second to approve those.
2660 is in there?
2660, yes.
Would you repeat those, Mr. Wildebohr?
I will. So we're taking those three out, so it's 2660,
2123?
2123, and 3220.
Yes.
So any other discussion on those? If not, all in favor of those three consensus policies, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Passes 7-0. Why don't we go right down the list? Let's start with 3610.
Okay, so 3610, I wanted us to talk about that and call attention to the average person wouldn't be able to tell that these words were removed. But in the first paragraph, in the second set of red changes, where it starts with academic, career, and developmental needs of the student population, words that the policy committee is suggesting that we remove are social and emotional before developmental needs of the population. Like I said in the policy committee meeting, is that none of us on the policy committee are counselors, have been to school for counseling, are a part of the Counseling American Schools Counselor Association, and have learned the national model. So who are we to be saying what words come out? Social and emotional learning is required by DPI. So just because we've removed the words doesn't mean that we're not doing it. And then just if you read through the rest of the verbiage in that paragraph, when it says the EG, for example, it says that the students will engage with talking about personal concerns individually or in a group. They would be talking about some things, for example, attendance, issues, forming healthy friendships, the need for more effective coping skills as they deal with the loss, for example. Those are all social and emotional concepts. So I don't know why we would take the wording out. And I wanted to make sure that everybody knew those words were missing there because it's not obvious that they were missing.
Okay. Is there someone who would like to speak to that from the opposing side, the opposing beliefs?
I can speak. We dealt with this in policy, came back and forth. I think we're beating a dead horse here. I make a motion that we accept policy code 3610 as it's written here.
We have a first?
Are we not discussing first, or are we just going straight from?
You can make a motion because then we have to just discuss it.
Yeah. Do we have a second?
But somebody has to second it.
I know. That's what I'm doing.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Mason seconds that. Let's go first and second. Okay, so now is there further discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
I just don't understand why we're just taking words out because we don't like them. I don't understand this at all. I feel like it's like to Ms. Grebel's point, just because you take a word out doesn't mean it's still not there in a sense. But taking it out, it's almost like saying you just don't like that word. I mean, and I think the direct quote that was sent to us over email was, "You're putting so much emphasis on social emotional development makes me happy to just strike those words out." This is not how you do policy. I just don't understand why we were taking just words out because we don't like them. Can anybody answer that? Or, we pass some policy here. It's our job to do that. And I just don't know why we just are on a mission to just remove words. Anybody on policy committee want to answer that?
Barnhart?
I would like to have a work session so we can openly hash out where the disconnect is, because I promise you, I think that there's more common ground than we think. But until we're willing to have an open dialogue, then we're going to go to this back and forth. So looking at the counseling program, when the words were presented from NCSBA, the question became, is this a necessary change or a recommended change? And back and forth with distinction, there has been different interpretation to what that is allowed as far as social emotional curriculum and development means. And so when looking at this, the counselor program, so if you're evaluating a counselor on their job, if you feel as a parent that a counselor didn't meet the social emotional other needs, do they then have grounds in our policy to push back and say they're not doing their job? They didn't do it appropriately. They didn't do it right. So I'm curious, because from semantics, it was like both of these two things are the same thing. And since we're not willing to have an open dialogue between all of us to get on the same page, you're frustrated with semantics, we're frustrated with semantics. So are we willing to have an open dialogue and have like a work discussion about the different expectations of what these things are and what we do and not allowed to discuss, or not?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. McManus?
If you take it out, they're going to ask why we don't have it at all. We don't even have an opportunity to try to meet those needs. I can't imagine that a Board of Education would say and take out the counseling arena, academic, career, and developmental needs of our student population. I don't understand the rationale behind that whatsoever.
The
That's not a
academic
counselor
career and
at all.
developmental needs stays
Excuse me.
in. That
Ms.
stays
Smith,
in. It's not a takeout, it's
Ms.
a stay
Bradford.
in.
I do not understand why any of it being removed. We just talked about our suspension rate, and we're going to argue over 3 words. I don't get the priority of what's becoming priorities here, and what I just think we're losing the focus and concept of what we're all about.
Ms. Walker?
Well, I mean, and to that point too, I mean, this is the will of the board if we want to meet to have a full-on session about what equity means and social emotional learning means, and I'm happy to do that. I mean, I just don't think taking the word equitable out and changing it to fair and consistent, I don't know if that's where that is.
Yeah,
But
and I didn't point that one out, but thank you. It's in,
Ms.
oh,
Graybill?
sorry.
That's in the same policy, right? I mean,
It's in the same policy.
Graybill?
Sorry, trying to help her find it.
thank you. Well, I think really the bigger discussion is why are we removing these words?
Letter A.
I don't feel like this was a problem before, but I feel like that they're coming up because those particular words are there. And if I'm looking at the direct quote, it's like, it would make me happy just to strike them out. That this is not how we do business. I don't think that's how we should be doing business, just because we don't like a word. So, I mean, I'm opposed to the change, and I just don't see what the point is of making it. I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, so what Ms. Walker was referring to is in letter A, in the second sentence, second line, where it starts with support. The NCSBA gave us the wording, support equitable access to opportunities and rigorous and relevant curriculum for all students. And Ms. Bradford and Ms. Barnhart wanted to change equitable for fair and consistent. I looked those up in the dictionary, and they are not synonyms. And when I asked Ms. Bradford if she could, during the policy committee meeting, and anybody can go back and listen, she said that her throat hurt, and she had already explained it once, and she didn't want to explain it again. So maybe now that her throat doesn't hurt, she might want to talk about why those words mean something particular to her.
No, thank you.
All right, we have a first and we have a second. Is there any other discussion? It sounds like we're going to need to do a roll call on this one. Again, the motion was to pass policy 3610 as we see it in front of us, as amended.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jason, help me if I'm jumping in. I want to piggyback on what Ms. Barnhart offered up, was can we table making these changes until we do have a meeting to discuss and get on the same page of what equity means? I mean, so can I make a motion on top of his, or do we, because if we vote on his first, then I don't even get a chance to have mine heard.
It's not his.
Board members, there's a main motion on the floor, and if a member wants to make a motion to postpone, a member can certainly do that, whether it's to postpone until the next board meeting or to postpone indefinitely pending scheduling of a special called meeting.
Okay.
So then I would like to make a motion to table the motion that we just made until we have a chance to talk about equity in a special meeting, so that we're not changing the policy twice.
That's a 2/3 vote? No, it's
No.
a majority.
Simple majority.
Yeah,
Simple
simple
majority.
majority I got right here. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Watt. I was there. Okay, so we have a first and second to table policy 3610 until we can have a special called meeting
To discuss
to
equity.
discuss equity.
And social emotional learning.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there a further discussion on that? If not, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll on that question?
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
No.
Ms. Bradford,
No.
Mr. Wildebohr,
No.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
and Ms. Craybill.
Yes.
So that passes 4-3. That's correct. So that is tabled until we can call a meeting. Boy, it's gonna be a late night. No, because we just postponed it. Yeah, you're welcome. And our second policy in front of us, let me erase my little board here, is 4720. That's correct.
So I pulled that one off, and basically, I want us to look at where am I, sorry? The wording in 4720, yeah.
4720.
4720, it is the, trying to find it. No, there it is. It is in the first paragraph and there is where the big block comes in, as described in more detail below. A parent or eligible student must provide prior written consent before the student is required to participate in a survey involving a protected topic. If a survey does not involve a protected topic, parents or eligible students must be given the opportunity to opt out of the survey. And if you keep reading through, there's several other changes that support that, but I just wanted to call to the attention to the board that did not have a chance to watch the policy committee meeting, that this is essentially saying that for every survey that we give, parents, we took that out. If a survey does not involve a protected topic, parents have the right to opt out of a survey. But we keep going down further, and we basically said, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this yet again, but that we have to, like in A, number 2, little letter C, parental consent, the second paragraph, in all those paragraphs is that a parent has to opt in, to every single survey, and versus that we have some opt out. So if I'm explaining that wrong, please help me out, Ms. Barnhart, on that. But this is a change in our mindset on every survey we give, we have to opt in.
And if I could speak to that next, it's a change, but it's been a change that I've pushed for 2 years, so.
No, I agree. I mean, you have.
Yeah, I have.
I'm just,
so,
but
yeah,
that's not,
yeah.
but it's a
That's not
change
correct.
now.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, so
Yes,
that's
it
why I
is.
wanted to make sure that we all knew that before
Yes,
we
ma'am.
voted in a consensus vote.
Give your hand up. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it is the protected topics, and so initially, this policy's gone through a lot of different variations, but initially it was talking about protected topics only applied for Department of Education funded surveys. This would expand to any local or state surveys as well. If it is a protected topic, no matter where it's coming from, the consent from the family is given.
Bradford.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt Policy Code 4720, Survey of Students as it's written.
Second.
We have a first Ms. Bradford, second from Ms. Barnhart. Additional discussion? Ms. Walker, is that finger up there?
Yeah. I don't know. I think we've had this discussion before a few times, and I guess I don't want to vote on a policy where I'm not really sure how it affects our school district, our funding for grants, how we actually do surveys, whether it's going to make it harder. There's just a lot of stuff I don't know that goes into doing surveys. I don't know if anybody on the staff can help us with that or not.
Ms. Dr. Faison, maybe? Julie, Ms. Farnham? Okay. Better.
I'm sorry, Ms. Farnham. I hate to vote on something I just don't.
So you mean the timeline for implementation?
Yeah, I guess I only thing I've got to go by is when I was a parent, and maybe the permission forms were sent in the beginning of the year or whatever. I just don't want it to hinder stuff that's going to take funding away from us, or maybe I'm not asking the right question. I apologize, but I'm concerned that there's a lot of layers here.
So some of the concern with not participating in some surveys could mean that we don't have that comprehensive needs assessment data to be able to apply for certain types of funding. So surveys in and of themselves are not tied to funding opportunities, but it's about whether we have that comprehensive needs assessment data that many federal grants require before we can substantiate our need for those grant funds. As far as implementing it, I don't know that I'm understanding the question, but as far as implementing in a timeline, we also are required to provide parents on an annual basis notice of any surveys that we will be implementing. And we include that in the student handbook, which also includes the student code of conduct. So we try to include, we definitely include any surveys that we're planning to release. So we've been asked by schools if they can use a certain survey. I got a question last week, can I use a certain survey with my kids after we do this, kind of group lesson? Can I do surveys on their perception of bullying, harassment, and intimidation? And I said, actually, if we didn't already have that in our annual list, then no, you can't. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
No, you're helping.
Are you done? I'm sorry, Ms. Walker, are you done?
I think, but I might circle back.
You get two. Mr. McManus.
Don't parents presently have the option to opt out of the survey?
We have, I'm going to have a little trouble remembering the iterations of where we have been because we've been talking about this one for quite some time. We have, most recently, our parents can opt out, but they are not required to opt in on all types of surveys. So you can always opt out of surveys. Always, no matter what it is. It's the distinction of whether we require an opt-in for participation or we wait for an opt-out of participation.
One more time, I have to say this a lot. We do not play well at 10:15, and most of us got here a little after 4. And we had lengthy closed session. Excellent.
But sure did. Yes, sir.
This is we're hitting some tough areas here, and I appreciate Ms. Barnhart saying that we could discuss it, that I think we need to discuss a little more to make sure that it's all sinking in and we understand the parameters or lack of. I support parent rights. If a parent doesn't want somebody to do something, they can opt out. And that eliminates a lot of issues. I'm not sure about making a policy that makes it a little either harder or more difficult. But I'd like, again, to add this to our discussion. We just need.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr.
I feel like
Smith.
we're being shoved and pushed to do things at the last minute of the last hour. And it's been a long night, and I just think a little clearer, maybe share a little easier with each other when we're not all tired.
All right, Ms. Mason.
The concern with this policy for me has always been that it's been opt-out, which means that there's that implied consent. and you have parents who are working, you have single parents, you have people who don't always see all the paperwork all the time, and if their kids are participating in a survey that they are not aware of, that they didn't get the chance, maybe they missed that one paper, and there's information shared about their child that they didn't give permission to or opt out of, that's problematic for me. So that's why I'm supporting this change.
Okay. Ms. Walker?
So I feel like a lot of this coming over the horizon was based on the survey that we worked on in the Title IX committee that made national news, that docked some of our employees over, that really upset me because we're in a district where we want to know how what our students are doing. We want to make sure that we are aware of how they're feeling, whether it's being bullied or harassed, because of their gender or whatever. And so I'm a little bit concerned that this is an overcorrection of something of that nature, and it's going to cause problems for other surveys. And I guess, I'm with Mr. McManus as far as having the conversation, because I don't know what that's going to do maybe time will tell if this gets changed and it does make a really, it causes problems, for getting information that we absolutely we need for things. So, I agree. And I will add also that we didn't get these at agenda review. I could have come up with a lot more questions if I'd have been provided with these a lot sooner. And we didn't have these to look at. I would have been able to ask questions that I'm feeling a little pushed on it, but I guess, I'll probably be on the losing side of the vote.
Any other?
I'll push back because I have given the information, so I don't know where the disconnect, and whoever I need to talk to, I'm happy to do it to make sure that everybody has the stuff. But after the policy meeting, I submitted these as the policies for consensus that were up. So there's no hidden secretive thing going on. These were what's happened. I've been given a lot of slack because we keep going back and forth because the reality is there's a difference of opinion. And so we have a list of protected topics, and those topics include political affiliations or beliefs of students, mental health and psychological problems, sex behavior, illegal, antisocial, self-incriminating, or demeaning behavior, critical appraisals of other individuals whom they have close family relationships. These are things that if we're going to ask in-depth questions, and we need that data to inform parents of what's happening. These are intense conversations for a variety of levels, because then what do we in turn do with the data? That's the other part that, is not being emphasized here, but we did write into protocols and procedures that the board will be informed of the implementation as the results and the different things that we are going to be doing as a district with the surveys, because I think that's the missing piece too, that was not openly discussed. And so these are a few things that when we talk about this, so it is not a hidden secretive thing, and I'm going to get a little defensive because I have been very forthcoming with the intent behind it of being transparent to provide a survey window of making the parents aware that they have an opportunity to see it beforehand, as well as the board being informed of what we do after. And so I'm fine with passing this survey. I do understand it's late. I do understand there's a mix of opinion, and I think it's going to be a split vote.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make one more response, please.
I'm sorry, you've already spoken twice on this.
I've already spoken twice. Okay.
Weber?
So I'm happy to give some context, just if it helps with the board's decision. Your current policy, as it reads now, without any of these changes, tracks the PPRA federal law, and that requires prior written consent before implementing a survey involving one of these protected topics, one or more, if it's federally funded. The key change that's being proposed here would be to extend that so that prior written consent is required for any survey involving a protected topic, regardless of funding source. That's really the key distinction. Instead of just federally funded, this would be any survey, any funding source that involves a protected topic. It does not require prior written consent for surveys that do not involve protected topics.
Have a first and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Ms. Bowie, if you'd call the roll, please. Again, the motion now is to accept policy 4720 as provided for us.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
And Ms. Walker?
No.
Policy 4720 passes 4-3. Ms. Craybill, our next was the call to audience.
Yes, sir. So, that one it's not a policy, even though we reference it. What you'll see in Assembly for us to look at is, basically the rules of decorum that Ms. Walker had developed and the board, approved, but it's not codified anywhere. We do mention policy 2310 in this document, but we really need to address policy 2310 if we're going to make changes to it here. If we look in the first paragraph, the intro paragraph, where it says per board policy 2300 board meetings, the New Hampshire County Board of Education, it says May regular board meeting. I'm pretty certain we meant to say Board of Education regular board meeting will be held on the first Tuesday of each month. And our policy 2300 does not state anywhere in there about the time. So I think that might have just been something when we pulled it off of the call to the audience that we pulled off that page. So I think that we need to address that. The title is really the New Hampshire County Board of Education call to the audience, procedures and then rules of decorum. So it's a pretty major change, and it's one that we talked about a little bit last year and decided not to do. And so I just wanted to make sure that this needed to be made sure that we are all together on it, not in a consensus item, because it's talking about having a much larger call to the audience sign-up window, and it is calling for a lottery system using a random number generator. And I'm not saying it's bad, I just wanted to make sure that our board really understood what we were doing. Individuals will be notified if they're selected to speak. The lottery system will be used to determine the order of which people speak, and they will be noted. If you move down to the second paragraph, we struck out those that sign up in person will be eligible to speak based on the remaining time available. We're striking that out. One thing that I would like for us to also consider is the last line under respectful behavior. Approaching the dais without invitation by anyone other than staff is prohibited. And I want to strike out the without invitation, and because people in the back don't get to hear the conversation of the invite. Several of us have had things left at our desk anonymously, and that's concerning to me, that people can come up and have access to it. And then call the audience speeches, the first bullet, speaking time is determined based on the number of speakers who sign up at each meeting on a first-come, first-served basis. So everything else is good, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on this. The proposal is a lottery system for 20 participants, not 30, so that we can keep under our hour.
Ms. Bradford? Thank you, Ms. Crable.
This was developed through the communications department. This is their suggestion. We said in the policy committee meeting where we voted on it and passed it, that we would try this for like maybe 90 days. It's 20 participants plus the 5 that do at the door, so it takes us to 25 instead of 35. The system's broken. This is a way to try to fix it. If it doesn't work, we'll try something else. I move that we pass it as it is as written, and yeah, period.
Okay, we have a motion to pass the, yeah, yes, sir. Let me get a second first, and we'll get your question, then we'll have plenty of time to talk. So we have a first, do we have a second to pass the New Hanover County Board call to
Second it.
audience.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
Can I please make a clarification? What is the it?
Mr. McManus is going to speak next. Yes, sir.
Maybe it's my eyes. Where does it talk about approaching the dais? I don't.
Respectful behavior, last bullet.
Approaching the dais without invitation by anyone other than staff is prohibited. Okay. Ms. Graybill.
Yeah, I am unclear what we're calling this. This is not a policy that we're looking at. This is a document that we created. So, I think we need to be clear. We're not voting on a policy. We're voting on a document, a working document that we created. So I think we need to say that in the.
I think we can say that because it's a procedure. It says right
This
on.
procedure,
It says
exactly.
procedure. Ms. Mason.
I actually have some concerns myself about it. The reduction of the number of voices. It's already hard enough for people to get on there sometimes, depending on the topic. And if we reduce it down to 20, that gives less people the opportunity. There's also concern that people are very tech savvy at this point. And how are we going to prevent groups of individuals from organizing and just spamming it and overloading and getting as many in there and preventing
If I could
anybody
ask-
else from speaking?
Thank you, Ms. Mason. I'm going to actually ask Mr. Smith if you would respond to that, please.
Sure. So I think it's a valid question. AI-driven manipulation of a lottery system, I think, is what we're talking about. And I think it's valid, and I think it's worth consideration, and it's worth testing, and I won't refute that it's a possibility. It's also a possibility that you could do something similar with email or something similar with automated phone calls to you right now currently. So it's a matter of technical expertise, will, all of those things. I don't want to put Dawn on the spot, but I'll tell you, her team swats off cyber threats daily with regard to what's coming into our systems and our emails, and perhaps you've been in receipt of it. So I think we'd have to look at that as an option, and it's something we'd closely monitor. I think it's a fair question, and the answer is I don't know what that's going to look like, but we don't know what it's going to look like with regard to any of these measures either. I'll also add that Dawn and I, in looking at similar versions in other counties, there are address verification options or county residency verification options. I know the policy committee and the board didn't want to look at that previous, but there are I am a human and I live here type of options that could additionally be implemented where the board want to look at that.
Ms. Bradford?
I can address the 20 participants. Our policy states now that it's going to call to audience will be limited to 1 hour. Okay, let's do some simple math. It's late and I don't do math, but if you have 30 times 2, what do you get? 1 hour. We have another 5 that sign up at the door, times 2, what do you get? 10 minutes. So we've got a minimum of 70 minutes. We're already violating our policy. So we have to change something. The idea with this was we would come in under, tonight we had 23 people sign up through the system, 1 at the door, and 2 people didn't show. So it's not that big of a deal. It's just a mental thing that you're limiting people. We'll try it. If it doesn't work, then we'll do something else.
Okay, any other? Ms. Barnhart?
Yeah, I mean, and my thought process was this, and I'm going to throw out the word equitable. First come, first served basis. Is that equitable? Is that how we organize our choice schools? No. How do we organize them? We do it by a lottery system. People apply and they get selected randomly because we try to be as fair as we can. And if that's not how we should be operating those, I mean, I think there was a debacle with one when it opened up years ago, but just out of curiosity, if I'm going to throw that word out there, that. The other thing is we have staff that are unable to sign up. So the idea that Josh had suggested us to talk about was to open it up right after the gender review, where people are listening and hearing that they can sign up from that point on. And more people can sign up throughout the week. So it's a longer process, open it to more people with the potential of having access to a translator or an interpreter if necessary, providing that just creating more of an open door, because as Mr. McManus says, I try to take as much as the input from what we said in the dais and brainstormed into policy. But we constantly hear from the same group of people, so how can we broaden the net? And that was the conversation that was had, and this was the idea that was brought to the table. The suggestion from my two colleagues about the 30 to the 20 was because we are in violation of our policy, and to make that right. So that was the premise behind it. The other feedback, the call to audience is not the most effective way to communicate to the board, in my opinion, because we're not able to sit down and have a conversation, actually hash out some details. Because I think when you have a two-way dialogue, you're going to get a lot more accomplished addressing the problem. But what has happened over the past few years, and we've seen it all across the country, is the call to audience is a way that people tell us the solution that has to happen. We're not allowed to address them. We're not allowed to brainstorm the problem and address the issues at hand. We just listen. And I'm still wanting that opportunity for people who want to do that. However, I think the town halls that we've started implementing, and I'd love it to be a roundtable discussion, is going to be a more effective tool for us to communicate with our community of actual problems and brainstorming solutions.
Mr. McManus.
Well, town halls are not working because nobody shows up. But I agree with you, and I agree with this. We need to try it. The only thing I don't agree with, if Melissa and I want to talk to Peter, and we don't want to talk to him in front of 50 people, and we say, come up here, then I think we have the right for them to come up here. I know, that's what, I'm supporting that. But I think this is worth a try, because I think we do need to make it fair.
Thank you.
As possible.
Ms. Mason and Ms. Walker.
Respectfully, I would have to disagree. I think that first come, first serve is fair. And I think that we had a fantastic teacher come up and give us a great idea at the beginning of this meeting, and that is a teacher voice. If we have that as an already implemented component of our meetings, I think that would solve some of the problems of the teachers being unable to sign up. I think we could also separate the signups. We could have them at different times. I am not comfortable with the lottery system. I think that it's too easy and there's too many unknowns for me to be able to trust that it's going to be completely unbiased, that there's not going to be anybody sneaking in or overwhelming the system.
Ms. Walker, thank you.
Well, I will tell you, as somebody that's been on the other side for almost over 3 years now, I know what it feels like to just be shouted out or cursed at by even some of you guys up here now. It's not fun, no. But at the same time, people have a right to say what they want to say, and I respect that. And I feel like the people that sign up, and I'm not going to say, I mean, people sign up that their intent is to want to be here to say what they have to say. To me, that shows the desire to do it. And so doing a lottery, I don't see how that's going to change a lot. I mean, I know I'm not unhappy with the same people. They have the freedom to say what they want to say. Let's just say that. And I don't think a lottery is going to change it. For example, today we had 23 sign up, and it was open probably till this afternoon. So I don't see the problem with the system now. I haven't had anybody complain to me about it. But I mean, I just don't think limiting people and doing some lotteries. Not that I don't think it's a great idea, Josh. It's not that. It's just I've not seen it being an issue. So I just disagree. I don't think it's worth doing.
Ms. Cribble, I'm going to go and then I'll let you go. And just to let you know, I've talked to several teachers. First off, the idea that was given tonight was a wonderful idea, and I'm 100%, that's why I brought it to everybody. I was like, wow, this is awesome. But that was for Teachers a Year. That's not for every, every teacher to be able to come and speak. And I've heard from several teachers, as I go to schools and stuff, where they have said, I really was hoping to come talk to you guys about budget. I really want to come talk to you about budget, but I'm unable to come to talk to you because at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Monday morning, I'm teaching. And I don't feel comfortable saying, well then, step away from your teaching or have somebody else do that so you can do it. So that's just to answer some of those questions. Ms. Crabbe.
So just to kind of recap a little bit, I'm not opposed to what we're doing here, because I am, and I've said this for 3 years, is that our policy says an hour and we go over, every single time. And we have the longest comment period of any people in any board in the state. So, and if we just look tonight we had 21 speakers, and it took us 50 minutes. So just, do the math on that one. We go over all the time. But what I would like to do at this point is amend to, somebody made a motion. Pat, okay, so the motion was to adopt this as it's written. So I would like to amend that motion to say that we adopt this policy for a period of 3 months, so that we have a trial date, and so that we don't just keep going endlessly, that we make a conscious decision to evaluate that. So amend the motion to say, accept as presented, except with those changes. We got to fix that first paragraph, to make it what we want it to be. Yeah. And then for a trial period of 3 months. Huh?
Okay, we have a motion to amend.
People come to the meetings in the
Second.
summer. Yeah.
Do I hear a second?
I'm happy to change the 3 months if somebody wants to make it longer.
I'll second that, 3 months.
I think 3 months, that's 3
First
meetings.
and second, is there further discussion on that?
Mr. Wilbur, did you include cleaning this up? Because this is, this is a whole bunch of stuff in here. And I don't know why New Hanover County Schools is wiped out on there. I don't know why.
First, we have a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the motion? If not, Ms. Bowie, would you call roll? And again, this is to accept it as written with the clarification on the first paragraph, to accept this procedure for a 3-month period. Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
And Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Passes 5-2. And that is the end of, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
That was approval of the amendment.
Oh, I'm
Now
sorry.
you need
Yes,
to wind it down.
I'm trying to push through. I apologize. So that was the amendment, which adds the 3 months in and clears up that top. So now we are voting on the procedure as written with the amendment. Ms. Bowie, would you call roll? Is there any discussion? No. Ms. Bowie, would you call roll, please?
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Again, passes the same number, 5-2. Carrying on to our new business. Thank you, board members. We're carrying on to our new business, the ELA adoption.
So, I am bringing you our ELA adoption for your approval and vote tonight. And I just want to tell you how we got here and what we're asking you to adopt. Oh, sorry. Okay. So I'll just begin with a quick rationale, process of this selection, what the recommendation is, and leave some time for questions and discussions if you have them. Is it me? Sorry. So when we think about curriculum, we know it ties right into our strategic plan. It is based on everything we do, and it ties strongly with our academic performance. Our strategic plan, 90% in 2027, we're going to have 90% of our graduates prepared for higher education or meaningful employment, along with our third graders, 90% of them reading at or above grade level. I'm sorry, because I was trying to click, thank you, you can click the next one. It's not working for me, I'm sorry. So why do we need a new curriculum? Our teachers have voiced that we needed something. Our current curriculum is a company called Schoolwide. So as you can see, there's not any teacher buy-in. Our students don't actually have the text in their hand, and the instructional approaches that are aligned with science of reading are actually not, it does not align with the science of reading.
Deputy's right there.
There is no online component and very little professional development. So what was this process? How do we get to the point to say, we need a new curriculum, and is this curriculum? So first, we surveyed our teachers and principals. We started there, of course. And from those surveys, we then took the information and worked to determine a rubric of what will we look for in a new curriculum. And once we had that rubric, we did an RFP process, and that's a request for proposal. Our teachers looked through those bids. We had, you're going to see later, about 14 submissions, and our teachers looked through those bids and reviewed those bids. From those bids, and that committee determined the finalists. And then we had the finalists, and we actually had fairs and sent the samples to the schools to allow the teachers to dig into and actually look at this process. They also had the opportunity to do demo lessons. So, and from that, they looked at those and determined what was the best curriculum for our process, for our district. So once the teachers and the principals looked at the curriculum and determined the best curriculums for our process, we then worked with finance and technology to make sure that we had alignment with the different platforms, and we did the process correctly. After that, of course, we shared this, we had an open, fair, or time for you, Board of Education members, and I'm here with you now asking you to present, to approve this. So after we approve this, after we approve this curriculum, the next step is to actually get the materials in the hands of our schools. And we're doing it now because our timeline actually will allow for our year-round schools to have their material in the timely manner. That is one thing that I know all of you have heard, that sometimes our year-round schools feel forgotten when it comes to things to this nature because we don't have the materials until August or July and they've already started school. So that will not happen with this. Along with that, we will also be having parent information sessions. You know, with any curriculum, it is important to have transparency, and you're going to see some other areas where we're going to talk about how parents are going to actually know what is being taught in this curriculum. And of course, the implementation process. So, what did the teachers say? You see here, 90% of the teachers that teach ELA in our district responded. We not only talked to classroom teachers, we talked to EC teachers, AIG teachers, our instructional staff. We wanted every voice to be heard. And as you can see, 90% of our teachers said, we need something in additional to school-wide. It does not meet the needs of our students. So what did the teachers say they wanted? They wanted a curriculum that is aligned to the standard course of study. Of course, it connects to the science of reading. And think about the science of reading are those best practices that we know our students learn. Our standards are what we have to teach them, and our curriculum is how we're going to teach them. And we know we've already invested a lot of time, money, and energy in the science of reading. And so now we give the teachers the resources to actually be able to put that in effect and make it work. Another thing they said was PD. We need some quality PD. You know, we so many times we throw things at our teachers and we don't give them time or the support to really dig into it and learn this. And you're going to see we've embedded quality PD for our teachers because they deserve that. So the RFP committee was made up of mostly teachers, but we also did have some principals on the committee as well. And as I shared with you, we received 14 submissions. 3 of those submissions were for elementary and 4 were for middle school. And I'll talk to you about that process and how we narrowed it down. So you see we had 3 finalists. 3 of the finalists, when we got to the point, so keep in mind, when you have the RFP, you have a piece of paper, you have a rubric. And then you determine the finalists from those 14 submissions. Then you actually get the material. When you get the material, you can see the actual content and the resources. And when we looked at one of our resources, it was clear that it did not align to our GEOs, our Haggerty, and our foundations. And that is something that our teachers have been doing for years now, and we promised them we're not going to change, because remember, the data that we have, it is working. We're outperforming the state in those areas, in those lower grades, so we're not going to change that. So we had to actually remove one of our choices because we were not going to take that away from our teachers because they are doing phenomenal with that. Then when we have in the middle school, we have 4 choices. We debated, do we stay with a curriculum and say we have to do the same for elementary that we do for middle school? But then we thought about it. We need our teachers to be able to do what's best for them. Elementary and middle is different. So we have 2 different choices you're going to see, but it's what our teachers wanted. So these are just a couple of pictures from the vendors fair. The teachers actually got to go talk to the representatives and ask those questions and really look at the material. Along with that, the demo lessons that I spoke about. They could actually go in, teach lessons from the curriculum to see how it would actually be. And then as a school, they got together and really explored and looked at this and talked about it. So you're going to see next that teachers, we actually vote, the school voted and they actually did individual votes. So what were the recommendations? Our teachers actually voted for wit and wisdom at the elementary level, our teachers and principals. And you see here, wit and wisdom received 66%, almost 67% of the vote there from our elementary. And then when you look across with the next slide, you're going to see across multiple spans, look at that, wit and wisdom is what our teachers wanted in elementary. And I will say that Wit and Great Minds is also the same company that does Eureka, our math. So the way the lessons are set up, they align for the reading and math. So our teachers really, I think, from what I've heard, really like that aspect of this curriculum as well. So middle school. When we did the first vote in middle school, they were tied. We had McGraw-Hill and HMH. Then you go to the second choice, and you will see from the next slide, it's easier to see that 80% of our teachers got their first or their second choice with middle school. So we're really happy about how invested our teachers became with this process and how they actually got what they wanted. So why these 2 curriculums? Why these 2? And I just want to take a moment to show you our nation report card, our ed reports. This is how any quality curriculum in our country is measured. As you can see, both of these curriculums are green. They have extremely high marks. We're very proud of that because this is the nation's report card, and they assess curriculums across the country. And these are 2 of the top. So with these 2 curriculums, in elementary and middle school, they're actually knowledge-building curriculums, and thematic units is what we call in the middle school. So they're building knowledge in those. So think by teaching fiction and nonfiction, or informational text and literature. So if I'm learning about frogs, I might be learning about a frog's true habitat and actually having informational text. And then I might be reading a text or a novel that has a literature piece that incorporates frogs. I'm digging deep into that. And then I'm actually able to take the writing, and we're doing writing with that. I'm taking the device. It's just exciting because it really is. They're really great curriculums, and for our teachers and students to be able to get this quality in their hands and have this resource is exciting. So this is just some research from Forbes Leadership, that they did a study with curriculums to this quality. When you do these knowledge-based curriculums, they took and looked at kindergartners to fourth grade, and what they found out that kindergartners, even in lower income, if they stuck with this curriculum in fourth grade, they outscored higher income students. So this is the power of actually giving a quality curriculum and sticking with it. And that's what we're telling our teachers. We're going to stick with this and train them and give them the resources they need. So you remember professional development was one of those key things that our teachers talked about. So we're going to begin there. We're going to do like this is, you wanted this, here it is, a welcome, this is the curriculum that you've chosen, just like a kickoff before they go, all right? And then over the summer, our curriculum specialists and some of our coaches will be digging, and the principals will be actually getting some training. And then on August 23rd, when we have our professional development PD day for the district, these companies will be here training our teachers so they can have that. But that's not it, because we know PD is not effective if you give it one time. We're actually going to be doing some embedded coaching, where the coaches from these companies actually come to our schools, walk the buildings with our coaches and teachers, seeing their students and helping them to make this curriculum effective. It's called embedded coaching, and we've done it with our Eureka curriculum some this year, and it has been phenomenal. So we've listened to our teachers about the best way to provide professional development. So transparency for our families. With each unit, our families will actually receive information. These are the things that your kids are going to be learning in the unit, as well as questions they can ask to help at home. Remember, parents are our partners. This will be sent home. We're also working to have this put on our webpage, front and center. We want this front and center with our parents, because we've heard our parents, they want to partner with us. So we need to give them those tools and those resources. We're also going to have virtual meeting to let our parents look at these curriculums, and to face-to-face meetings where they can come and see as well. So costs. Our first year cost, of course, is the highest cost, because we're actually purchasing all of the texts and the consumables and the PD. So you'll see here the first year cost. And after the first year, and this is the PD that I spoke of, and the consumables, because for the first time, our students are going to have these workbooks where they can annotate, dig in this text, and really manipulate the text. That's going to be a game changer for our students and teachers. But after each year, we're going to have to replace that cost. So that's what you see there. And we've got our elementary company to say this is where this cost will be. Of course, our numbers could be flexible because of the numbers of students. With our middle school company, we actually were fortunate enough for them to say, we will guarantee that we'll replace these. And if our costs increase, or if we perfect our product, because of course, there's nothing perfect and they continue to change and build and become better, that it still will be no cost to us. So even our middle school students too, they will be having consumables each year as well. Now, keep in mind, along with the consumables, there is the online component. And the online component comes with support for our teachers and our students with the writing. And I think it's important to note that a lot of the online components, when we think about online instruction and components with any of our curriculum, our teachers have power and control where they can often stop our students if they need them to bring their eyes back on them. So that is something that we're going to have. K-8, we're going to have the consumables, the text, and the online components, and the parents can actually log in on with their students and see the resource as well. Any questions?
Have any questions, board members? Ms. Mason?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you for presenting this. And two of my favorite things about this are the text in hand and the fact that we are providing all of this information for parents in multiple languages.
Yes, I forgot that part. Thank you so much, Ms. Mason.
Ms. Barnhart?
And I want to just re-highlight, I mean, when I met with the coaches, it was a great session. I could stay there all day talking about it. But the paragraph in the article that she sent, it was talking specifically about how across socioeconomic classes, our students were successful and showed different results. And how this is done in the curriculum was they have intentional scaffolding. So it's already prepped for accessibility for our multilanguage kids, for our AIG students, for our kids who are behind and need a reteach lesson, and different accommodations for EC students as well. But one of the things, and I don't think you mentioned it here, but I want to reiterate to the public, is we know no curriculum is perfect. And so talk to me about how we're going to tap into our staff who are showing that they're highly effective in different demographics and how we can, capture their knowledge and spread it across the district.
Right. So, and thank you for that question. So when we were looking at the curriculum, we asked teachers for their positive and their negatives because there is no curriculum that's perfect. So we will be working with our teams will be working to adapt and make sure this curriculum fits our new Hanover County. So our teachers will be our curriculum specialists and teachers will be working with these companies to do the changes and the things that we need to do, if any, which we know there will be some because we're going to tailor it to our district. So they'll be working over the summer to make sure that it is a rollout for our teachers here in New Hanover County, because you're talking about companies that they're across our state, but they're across our nation. And we want to make sure this is easy for our teachers, and it is based on what we do in New Hanover County and at our pacing level.
Ms.
So
Craybill?
this, it's a comment and a question. So I was very impressed with the presentation that you gave each of us on how you did your choices. One of the things that I wanted to just ask, so that anybody listening who had asked me this question, and one thing that I was very impressed about was when I asked about McGraw-Hill, for the elementary, and the intentional decision, because somebody or many had the foresight to look at how it fit in with work we'd already done. So could you explain a little bit about that for us?
Yeah, so McGraw-Hill, and just to make everybody, that is the third curriculum that we had to mark out at the elementary level. So currently in our district, we do GEOs, Foundation, and Haggerty for our students for those phonics and just basic foundational skills. That is something that we are leading our state in, and our teachers have been doing a great job. When we actually looked at this curriculum and had it in our hand and actually talked to the representative, I actually know and she was honest about it would be a hard fit and it would be different, and our teachers would have to do something different if we adopted that curriculum. So we decided we could not put that in front of our teachers because they've been doing this the entire time. And that is one of the things that we said. Because the teachers wanted to adopt a new curriculum. I'm sure I've told most of you the story how that's one of the first things they've been asking. But they did not want to lose those things. So we had to remove that because that is a stapler in our district, and we're doing it well, and we're doing it better than the state.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnhart? Ms. Bradford?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt this new 5-year plan for core curriculum as it's been presented.
Second. I know, I have to say Barnhart one time, but another. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
And the last thing I'll say is I have to say a special shout out, or as they say, to Dr. DeWalt, Mrs. Maureen Hill, and Sarah Jelinski. These ladies have worked hard on this along with the team, and I just want to recognize them, and I appreciate all the work they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next item on our schedule is the Board of Education Development / Training, 15 minutes. Ms. Crable brought that up.
Yes, so before we get into that, it is 11 o'clock, and I am willing to postpone this discussion, for 15 minutes. But I'd also like to ask again because I think it's important for us to really decide what we want to take in. But I think that we need to hold off on our legal services discussion, because by the time we get to that, it's going to be 30 minutes. And it's going to be 11:30 before we talk about probably one of the most important things we need to talk about tonight other than budget. So I'd like to make a motion to to change the agenda, to take off the Board of Education Development and Training and Legal Services and postpone them to either a special meeting as soon as possible or to the next meeting.
Okay.
Actually, postpone legal services to a special meeting as soon as possible, and I can hold off on training until the June meeting.
So let's take one at a time. Let's do the Board of Education Development and Training. Would you make a motion to postpone
Well,
that?
I'd kind of like to do them together, because I think that right there takes off at least 30 minutes together, 35 minutes. So I'd like to do it as a package.
Okay, so your motion is to postpone the Board of Education Development Training until later.
June would be fine.
June, and then also the legal services to a meeting very soon.
A meeting very soon, yes.
Okay, that's your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Walker seconds. Is there any more discussion? Anyone? No? Give me a chance? No? Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll on that, please?
Mr. Wildebohr,
No.
Ms. Barnhart,
No.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
No.
Ms. Bradford.
No.
That's defeated 4-3.
All right, I'll make a second motion. I will go ahead and take off the leadership training to take one for the team, because it is 11 o'clock and we need to be fresh to talk about what we need to do to make ourselves better.
Okay, so there's a motion to postpone the Board of Education
Second.
Training. Second by Ms. Bradford. Any discussion? I'm going to take a shot. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. We'll move on to the county budget request for fiscal year 23-24, 15 minutes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Before you have our county budget request. This is the same information, just bringing forward to this meeting. We had a discussion and a presentation at the April board meeting. So the total request of the county is $3.3 million, and that's based on enrollment of 27,500, which includes the charter schools, as we discussed before. That revenue is going to go, that additional revenue will go towards increase in employee compensation, the 4% increase for the raise, and retirement and insurance rate increases. And that revenue will also go towards helping additional costs that we are projecting based on utility rates and insurance liability rates going up. And then, of course, the charter school payments. Those are expected to increase too based on charter school enrollment. So that's what makes up that $3.3 million that we discussed in April. And then also, along with the county request, that is the operating request. We also have the capital request. And it's right much higher than in the past, as we had talked about. We had some really large projects that we decided to include in our request this year. So it actually brings our request to 14.7 million. Normally it's around 4.6 million, but we had an additional, I think it was about let's see, I have that near, additional 9.9 million compared to previous year. Yep, this is a summary of the request, as you can see here. In addition to those items, we are asking for it's not a change as far as an increase, but for the county to continue funding our scholarships that they've been so generous to provide the past couple of years, and along with the pre-K original and the expansion grant we received last year. So that's just a continuation ask. So at this time, I would just ask for the board to approve the recommendation as presented, and then I would be able to share that with the county tomorrow, hopefully.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Barnhart first. After the second, is there any discussion or questions? Hearing none. All in favor, please?
Mr.
Oh,
Wardward.
I'm sorry, Ms. Grable.
So, in this budget that we're seeing, where do we look to find, and I couldn't find that when I was looking at these handouts, where do we look to find some of the things that we had talked about before about in our different pillars for the strategic plan and how the finance is laid out for the academic performance, for equity, for school safety? Is there a place to see it laid out that way so we can see how that's laid out?
I do not have that in these documents. I can bring something back that will provide that information of how it aligns to the strategic plan. But it's not included in these documents. And in April, we were just going through the changes. I didn't tie that to different sections of the strategic plan, but of course that was part of our discussion, so I can bring that back if you'd like.
Well, I don't want to hold up, because I know we have to get this to the county commissioners as soon as possible, and the board doesn't seem to be amenable to having a special meeting to discuss things. So does anybody else share that concern that to see it tied, or just go with what no? All right, I'm fine.
I would say that it would be great if we could see that, but I mean, I don't know that we want to hold everything.
Yeah, I do plan to bring, so this is just our county request, so it'll go to the county, and the county will have their hearing, and then they'll let us know what their appropriation would be. I am hoping to be able to bring to the June board meeting the actual budget resolution, and I think it would be appropriate, if it's okay with the board, to bring that document at that time, because that's when you would actually approve the budget resolution for next year.
Okay, that would be fine. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, a first and second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. Next on our agenda is a resolution to request Attorney General Josh Stein to release SBI findings.
I move we postpone that due to legal advice. Is that the terminology?
Okay, we have a motion to postpone.
I
Ms. Crable will second that. Let me get my sheet here. Mason first, and Ms. Crable seconds.
Can I amend that to a specific called meeting in the immediate future?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't say that.
Would you like to amend?
Yes.
You amend your motion?
I will amend it to a meeting that we will be setting up within the next 24 hours.
Okay,
Yes.
we're setting
Is
it.
that
So the motion is to postpone the discussion of making a resolution until after we have a special called meeting. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
thank
I
you.
will second that.
Okay, okay. We have a first and a second. Any other discussion? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Crable.
You have to make this part of the to be able to take action.
Mr. Weber, would you help us with that, please?
So that's at the board's discretion, how much detail you want to put in the motion. Another option would be to make a motion to postpone and then with direction to the chair to work with staff to schedule as soon as possible, including setting the agenda.
Get that? Do you want to re-amend your?
Can I just say what he said?
Yes.
Because I don't recall all of that, I'm sorry.
Repeat it again, Jason, so I can second it.
Yeah. Well, it's your motion. So,
Yes, I would like to make
you,
that
the
motion.
Board,
Yes.
Help me make a motion that we can.
Help me make the motion, it's 11:30.
The board can put as much or as little detail as it wants. If you want to make a motion to postpone and to direct your chair to work with staff on scheduling as soon as possible,
Okay.
including setting the agenda, that could also work.
Direction.
You do need direction. I'm going to make a motion to postpone the discussion and direct the, oh my lord, the chair
Superintendent.
and the superintendent to set up a meeting as soon as possible to discuss it.
Still second
I
that?
will second all of that,
Any
yes.
discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay? Passes 6-1. Okay, next on our discussion topics are legal services. Ms. Sutton?
I'd like to provide just a brief review of the legal services procedures that we went through to get to where we are tonight. So on March 27th, the board actually reviewed a request for qualifications and established the legal review committee. On March 10th, we advertised our request for qualifications, so that was published to request submissions for proposals. Then on March 30th, the proposal deadline for submissions, where we collected all the information from the 3 vendors that provided proposals. On April the 3rd, the legal review committee actually came together and reviewed those proposals. And then on the 24th, we had the three firms selected came and provided presentations to the board, and the board had opportunities to ask questions at that time. And then we also had some follow-up questions that came either after or during the presentations from the board members. And on April 27th and 28th, I received that information and then provided the responses that I received to the board. And then here we are today to have the discussion and hopefully make that selection. So I just wanted to just take a minute to go through the process that was used to get to where we are tonight. Thank you.
What is the will of the board? Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we go with the Vogel Law Firm as our attorney firm on the retainer payment plan.
We have a motion from Ms. Bradford. Is there a second?
I second.
Jason seconds. Is there discussion?
Oh, yes. There's a lot of discussion to be had about this motion.
Ms. Walker?
I guess I can get called on. First of all, I was part of that qualifications team, and it didn't seem to me that that made any difference whatsoever, because this is the least qualified firm out of the 3. And so I don't understand why that's not even under consideration right now. I also know that this particular firm has had bias from the very beginning from a particular board member, Mr. Chair. I know that we are getting inundated with emails from people, including some prominent people, to lean on us to pick the most conservative firm. And I know a call to action was made last week to do so. I also know that a board member has reached out to one firm and one firm only to get follow-up questions, and that was not provided to the rest of the firms. So I have other concerns, which I emailed you guys last night about. One specifically was that I did not feel like one firm was honest with us, this particular firm. I watched the Cabarrus County Board meetings, and I watched it last week, and I watched them last night. This firm was given 120 days in January. And so I know from all the research, and I've spoken with board members from Cabarrus County as well. So I just feel like I don't think this is the way for us to start. I don't think this particular firm is, based on my scoring, which was absolutely neutral. It was not based on whether I liked them or preferred them. It was based on qualifications. And that has to mean something with this process. We have a decent-sized district that needs servicing properly, and I just do not think that Vogel will be the firm that we need to pick.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Anyone else? Ms. Barnhill? Barnhart?
I guess it's kind of a question, would you feel comfortable with having a caveat in the event of our district needing more support of the workload, to have that option to be brought forth to the board to extend services for a specialized interest, i.e., I know bonds and forfeitures are something that we utilize in special education, things like that. Just out of curiosity, like if you're worried about the workload, I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, we'll get that.
I have a problem because we had a committee, and I don't know what value this committee is supposed to hold. All I know is it was a serious process when I was doing it. It was public record that I did it, and I did it based on the qualifications minimum that this district needed. So I don't feel, and that will reflect in the scores and the comments that I have in my scores, but also the fact that I asked some very important questions the other week, and I did not get honest answers, and I don't think that is the way to set a law firm for this district. Is not the professional way to do it. And I did my homework, I did my research, I checked my references, I asked appropriate questions. I was accused of calling them liars, and I asked a simple question. That's all I did. So I don't think that's to answer your question, Ms. Barnard, I don't think that at this point that factors into this, because I do not believe this firm is qualified to represent this district.
Anyone else like to speak? Ms. Craybill?
Yes, so, number one, we were talking about costs. They told us that they only do a retainer, and we look at the $12,000 a month just for coming to our meetings, then that's $144,000. And that means that we're going to have to reach out to another law firm to help us with our special counsel. So I would like at this, and so I would like to, let me finish. So then, and if we did the super duper rate of $22,500 for board council and day-to-day schools, that's a minimum of $270,000. And we're sitting here balking that we're paying, too much for our legal fees right now, like $264,000 or $300,000. So I just wanted to point that part out. And I did, so along those lines, I would like to hear from, if I may, Dr. Faust, from our senior staff on how they use legal services in their day-to-day operations. So that we can get just sort of a gist at the $235 an hour rate, or the $175. They weren't really clear on who's the partner and who's the associate because they've merged 3 companies. So I have questions about how that works, but may I ask that question of your staff? Okay. So one area that is very important and where I think that we use the services a lot is in our special ed department. And the Vogel does not have special ed resources. I couldn't find anywhere on there where on anybody's resume. All they did was say they had it, but I couldn't find any demonstrated. So could you talk to us a little bit about that? And I would like to do that for each person, Mr. Woodward, so I don't need to raise my hand. Thank you.
So I don't have a specific information about that firm. I know how I utilize.
How do you
Okay.
utilize, our current legal counsel?
Right.
And/or other legal counsel?
Okay. Okay, so specifically in the area of special education, there are, whether it's a request for records to be sent to another legal counsel, so the legal counsel of family, then we always utilize our general counsel or in-house attorney or special ed attorney to review those records as well. Anytime we have a student record request that is coming from either a subpoena or from another party, we have them review those, and then we create that letter. There's a letter of notice regarding FERPA notice. Routinely seeking direction on either subpoenas for staff to appear in court. That's not necessarily just special education. That occurs a lot with counselors and social workers as well. Our staff are subpoenaed for, different domestic or custody matters, custody agreements. No two are written the same, with the same language, and ensuring that we are complying with what the agreement is signed by a judge. Different student records matters. It's for me, it's definitely weekly, if not daily.
Routinely, we use them for evaluating contracts and giving some feedback on wording in contracts, and then also occasionally for bidding requirements to make sure that we're doing those things properly and meeting all federal guidelines associated with that.
Sure. We use them for contracting for construction. That could be developing or clarifying standard contracts, working through construction disputes, possibly even termination mitigation. We also use legal services for anything dealing with real property, whether that's the purchase of or sale of property, easements, right-of-ways, and then we use them for leases, MOUs, MOAs, and anything that operations would be associated with.
And do you use them for child nutrition at all?
Very rarely. That's normally not what they're involved in.
So yes, we use their services a lot for the contract review, much as other people have spoken, both yearly contracts and then multi-year contracts when we do those. Also lately, in the process that we've been doing data sharing agreements to make sure that the vendors that we do business with and get our student data, we have agreement with them as far as the privacy of our student information. So we've been working with a lot for that lately.
Basically the same thing for contracts, MOUs. Actually, when have to look at some different policies and language for that.
We primarily use them for processing public records requests, identifying any necessary redaction, and then turning over those records.
And along with what everyone said about MOUs, agreements with universities, we pass those through legal. And then also, a lot of times there's a sounding board for employee relations issues. We will make sure that I'm following policy, want to make sure that we're following general statute. And then some things that reach to termination, appeal, things like that always involve the attorneys as well.
Same thing, MOUs, contracts, and just an extra layer of due diligence when I'm just investigating anything related to racial ethnic bullying.
You, Ms. Grable, anyone else? Mr. McManus.
We're going to give up a firm whose specialty, their whole focus is the educational arena. And I believe they have 40 of them, and that's what they do across the entire state. We've had the firm, I know that our attorney also goes back and refers to a lot of their others to deal with what we have to deal with on a daily basis. I don't think the Vogel has the numbers to give us the accessibility and the time. They're in Charlotte, and there are 4 of them, at least that's, if I remember correctly. And I know that they get a lot of phone calls during the day, and they have to be accessible immediately, particularly when it comes to HR, and I know some of the exceptional arenas. And so whether we like a present individual or the firm, they have such a knowledge base of all of the things that are going on, whether we agree or not. We're being sued. We are defending ourselves. We're things that go on that no one else knows about in closed session. We can't discuss them. We're going to give up someone who has all, and the firm who has how many years, 2 years of that knowledge? And we're going to start with someone who doesn't know one thing in their defense. And they're going to have to respond, and they're going to have to make some quick decisions. And if the accuracy is not there, the background, the understanding of what has happened and what's taken place, we're going to pay the piper. And so that's my rationale for not supporting. There are only 4, the accessibility, their background. And we're in the midst of so much. I just can't believe that we would change in the middle of the stream when we know we need it so badly.
I'm gonna throw my 2 cents in here. Thank you, Mr. McManus, first off.
You're welcome, Mr. Wetmore.
I'll be honest, I'm not thrilled about any group, to be honest, and that's one thing I have to really focus on is we're looking at law firms. We're not looking at individuals. I think Mr. Weber is doing a fine job. I don't have a problem with that. But I just go back to the statements that I think we've all forgotten about. Things like schools don't have a fiduciary responsibility to keep students safe. Wow, that hurts me. I mean, I looked it up today. I should have memorized it. General Statute 115C 105.45 says the exact opposite. That to me paints us all in a really bad light. That was not Mr. Weber, but that's his law firm. The inability that we have when we ask questions that we can't get answers to, because, and I know the board conflicts of interest keep coming up. That's not what it is, but I mean that's still a concern because we have to pay a whole bunch of money to another law firm to answer those questions. So those are some concerns. I'm not over the top about any one of the 3 groups, to be honest. I'm going to say this little story I'm going to say, and then I'm going to let somebody else speak. But, this weekend, I think you all know my daughter got married. One little girl came up and she was like, oh, I have a boyfriend. He's okay. He's not, and I hate to settle in any case. But, those are my concerns with our current law firm. So, Ms. Crable had her hand up. Yes, ma'am.
So I got a couple things, and I'm going to do a couple in a row so that in case you say we only allowed 2 times, I need to get them all in.
Get them in.
So number 1, I'm going to ask Ashley when I'm done, Ms. Sutton, if she could just clarify and confirm for me one more time about the public records requests and the information that you've given us on our legal expenses, that those were for our legal expenses for general counsel and day-to-day, and not for any of the litigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I think that's something that's a misnomer, and that was definitely misquoted by Vogel when he was talking about that kind of stuff. Since the motion on the floor is to talk about Vogel, then I wanted to call out, I checked out the resume he provided for us. I looked on his LinkedIn page and his Facebook page, and he doesn't have the only higher education, the only education experience he has is representing a education organization called Strategic Education, which is basically a lobbying group for higher education and financial aid and student financial aid and loans. So he doesn't have, I'm concerned that they don't have the special education, they're not even an education law firm. They're calling themselves that. And each one of them does little bits and pieces here and there. I just think that we're doing ourselves a disservice, for our whole organization on that. And then I am very disturbed that Mr. Vogel was less than forthright with us on their status with Cabarrus County. And we've had a chance to watch 2 of their meetings. There was a gentleman named Mr. Ken White, no, it's not Ken White, it's Jay White. And so he does all the talking at all the Cabarrus meetings that I've watched. So I'm wondering, who is this guy and why doesn't Mr. Vogel even, ever, speak up? And I'm just afraid we're gonna get into some bad lawyering and bad advice. Their whole paper that they gave us was how they were gonna insert themselves into our business and not advise us on our business. So those were kind of things. So before we were to use Mr. Willibor's words, which I appreciate, before we would settle for this council that I believe is very politically motivated, because all the emails I've gotten have been from fellow Republican friends who have gotten an email that says do this. We've got an email from a former elected official that called us liberals. And so why are we talking liberals, and why are we having the GOP putting out a call to action, giving constituents words to say? We shouldn't be politicizing our legal counsel. So I would like to, in that vein, is if this board is leaning towards going with Vogel, a group that is substandard for our needs, they may be fine for something smaller, but I would like to amend that motion that we consider in-house general counsel, and then do a pay-as-you-go with another law firm or law firms that can help us with all of those needs that everyone over there said before we would pick a company that is not qualified. So my motion would be to go with rather than picking Vogel, to go just because everybody's got the notes. Hold on, let me read that. Before I can even make that vote, I would like to hear from Ms. Walker and Ms. Bradford on, I've seen their notes. These are my notes. I went through and matched up qualifications, and I don't see any notes. Ms. Bradford said in one, I like them. Well, I like Jason. So, but does that make him, his company the most qualified? No. So we have to really look at qualifications and not my personal opinion. So before I make that motion, I would like to hear from Ms. Walker and Ms. Bradford as to why they rated the numbers that they did. Because Vogel comes in last, and a distinct last, 56 out of 75, versus other groups that came in 72 out of 75, and I forget what the pointers rule was, like 68 out of 75. So Vogel is by far the lowest and the least qualified, and yet we're going to pick them. So can I hear from,
Well, if they would like to speak to it later on, but that's your second time to speak, so.
well, I'm going to come back and make the motion then.
Okay, go ahead, make your motion.
No, I don't want to make the motion.
I haven't had my second
I'm not
chance.
gonna
I
allow.
will make the motion to go with in-house counsel with pay-as-you-go for special services. No, we would have to, because there's no way we can hire one person that can handle all of those special things that they have. That person does not exist.
Okay, so say your motion one more time so we were all
My
sure.
motion is to go with in-house counsel and pay-as-you-go for special counsel.
For special needs.
Special
Counsel,
counsel, which
okay.
means Title IX, special ed,
okay.
operations, construction, HR, redaction services, all that,
Okay.
all those special things.
We have a first, we have a motion, we have a second. We hear a second. Okay? Hearing none, we'll carry on.
I would like to have my second chance. I was
Yes,
waiting.
Ms. Walker, I'm sorry.
This is just the facts. We did this committee based on the qualifications. I read very clearly what it said. And we had 3 firms to choose from to score, and they did not get the best. They were the lowest scoring firm. And if we're going to pick the lowest scoring firm, just based on someone's like or a particular party's like, I think that does this district a disservice. And I don't know how we could use these people take these people seriously, because I took my job seriously when I did it. And the things I'm finding out afterwards have made me feel like I feel a little set up. I'm going to be honest with you. Because if there's a 4 vote for this firm based on nothing but liking something and not on qualifications, this is not the way the process is done. And I don't even know why we did this to begin with. So that's the last thing I'm going to say. I am against this, very vehemently against this, based on qualifications alone. Not whether I like him, them, or whatever. Because when I did this, I didn't know who they were. I just saw their paper. And we have a baseline for a reason, and they did not cut it. So,
Ms. Bradford?
Let me list a couple of things that came off the Vogel perspective, whatever it's called. Managing attorney for 4 years, U.S. Department of Education, second highest law lawyer in the government, U.S. Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division, U.S. House of Representatives, Counsel to the Judiciary Committee, U.S. Federal Prosecutor Charlotte in fraud, General Counsel, Strategic Ed. I mean, their qualifications are impeccable, absolutely impeccable. To personally attack me because I like them, I did my homework after the fact. Today, we talked with Dr. Barnes about hiring. He talked about how they have 3 different meetings with people before we hire them just to be teachers and principals and vice principals in our school. I'm used to that kind of vetting process. That was the first meeting. I did not feel well. I did not understand the process, so crucify me over it. I believe this is the most qualified. I talked to a member of the Cabarrus County Board of Education this morning, and she said Vogel is highly qualified. She said, with the problems that you've told me that you have in your school district, this is the firm. These 4 people that we saw in person is a party of 6. I asked a specific question, can you handle the volume of what we need? The answer was unequivocally yes. I don't find lawyers in public meetings to be prone to lying. They have professional standards where they can be disbarred for that. The presentation we just heard from Ms. Varnum, rediscipline, and EC is one additional cause to be changing attorney firms. We need a firm that will do the job, this kind of training that we need for our district to keep us from having all these EC lawsuits. We can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different outcome. We are stagnant. We need change. We have all these lawsuits. We have all these issues. We need fresh eyes. We need fresh attorneys. These are highly qualified attorneys. Some of the best attorneys in the state are with this group. To say that they are unqualified is ludicrous. We need change. This is the best firm to bring a fresh approach to what we're doing. They said they could get up to speed quickly. So I reiterate, this is the firm for us.
Bill, you've spoken twice. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, respectfully.
Yes, ma'am.
I need to present some information to our board that refutes what Ms. Bradford just said.
Unfortunately, you've spoken twice by Robert's rules. Excuse me. Excuse me. Ms. Craybill, you're out of order. It's enough.
I'm allowed to ask.
You're allowed to speak twice. You've spoken twice.
Go to the LinkedIn page and look at his background, because it's not what he purports.
You continue. Thank you.
Kick me out.
Anyone else like to speak? Okay, if not, we'll call the question. Yes, ma'am?
Real quick with the subcommittee, there was, I think it was Ms. Crable earlier this year talking about subcommittees are not allowed to speak on behalf of the board. And so while I thought we might have more than 3 people apply personally. So I thought there might be a need for having a vetting process to streamline, our, as we're here for a long meeting, but to streamline the process with that. And so while I respect and understand what you're saying, all of us are able to give our input on these decisions. And I hear the concern for being the workload. And so I would be open to saying if this entity, a new fresh set of eyes for some of the situations that we're dealing with, I don't think is a bad idea personally. But if this entity is not able to handle the workload that we have, then I think we should leave room for us to continue to respond to the needs of our school. And so I'm not saying that they can't. I'm just saying if that issue arises, then it should be able to be brought to us so that we can respond to it appropriately.
All right. If there's no more discussion, we will carry on with a vote. It will be a roll call vote. This, again, the motion is to, by Ms. Bradford, excuse me, board members, excuse me. At this point, we are going to have a roll call vote. Ms. Bradford's motion was to go with the Vogel Law Firm. Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Barnhart. Ms. Craybill.
No, and no, no, no.
Ms. Walker.
Absolutely not.
Ms. McManus.
No.
Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes. Passes 4-3. Carry on. Committee reports. Legion Stadium Committee, Ms. Walker's left, yes? Yes, sir.
Lay aside everything for the rest of the night. Not important. It's almost midnight. We have ladies driving home at midnight,
Absolutely.
and I don't think this is important.
Was that a move to adjourn?
Move to adjourn?
I second.
Second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? We are adjourned.
Mr. Sutton, would you approach the dais, please?